The 43rd session of the Senate in the first regular session of the 20th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Rafi Tulfo will lead the chamber in prayer.
Almighty and merciful God, we come before you today with humble hearts, mindful of your word. In Matthew 23, Jesus reminds us that those who exalt themselves will be humbled, while those who humble themselves will be exalted, and that the greatest among us must be the servant of all. Lord, remind us that true leadership is about service, quiet, faithful, and rooted in genuine care and love for others. Ipaalala po ninyo sa amin na ang tunay na dangal ay hindi hinahabol, kundi binibigay sa mga marunong magpakumbaba. In moments of uncertainty and tension, grant us the grace to listen more and speak less, to seek wisdom rather than victory, and to choose integrity over ambition. Grant us clarity of mind and calmness of heart as we go about our work today, na sa bawat desisyon na aming gagawin, naway maniig ang purong kabutihan, ang paggalang sa isa't isa, at lalong-lalo na ang malasakit sa sambayanan. At sa lahat ng ito, naway ang aming mga gawa ay maging karapat-dapat sa inyong gabay at biyaya. Keep our hearts steady, O Lord, free from pride, fear, and division. All this we ask in your mighty name. Amen.
The Manila Chamber Singers will lead us in the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, and then the group will also render a song entitled Iisang Bangka.
Bayang magiliw, sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa litig mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pa sisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simulan, sa langit mong bakaw, may nagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang lang matawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdinigdig, ang bituin at araw na kailan pamay di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Sama-sama sa sawan, sama-sama sa lakbayan, sama-sama sa paglisan, sama-sama sa darat ng sama-sama.
Kay dilim at kay ginaw, sa kalawakan ng dagat,
sama-sama,
ang galit na
hawanan, sama-sama, tuman, sama-sama, nasingan,
magkasama tayo, tatahimik ay hahanapin.
Sama-sama sa paghamon, sama-sama sa pagmamon,
Saan ang tungo, mahal ko, kaibigan, sa
paglisan, sama-sama,
katahimikan, tayo'y magkasama, laging sasabayan, sa bahay na sa puso, kaibigan, magkasama natin ang laya, sa umaawit na hangin, isip tayo ang gabi, ay hahawiin.
Sama-sama,
Sahod ang sabon, tangay ng halin, at di mo matanaw kung saan ka dadalhin. Ngunit kasama mo ako, nakabigkis sa puso mo. Kaluyong ng dagat ay tatawidin natin. Sama-sama Saan ang tungo, mahal ko, kaibigan? Sa sanlibutan mo, katahimikan tayo'y magkasama, laging sasabayan sa hayang kaibig. Habang hirap natin ang laya sa humaawit na kahit tayo ang gabi ay hahawiin. Ating liliparin, may harap ang sibat, ating tatawirin, daluyon ng dagat, basta't kasama mo ako, isang bangka tayo. Ano mang bitin ay makakamtan natin, ating liliparin, may harap ang sibat, ating tatawirin, daluyon ng dagat, basta't kasama mo ako, isang bangka tayo. Ano mang bitin ay makakamtan natin. Sama-sama magkasama, sama-sama magkasama, sama-sama magkasama, sama-sama magkasama, sama-sama magkasama.
The Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Aquino, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lacson, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcoleta, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Tulfo Irwin, Senator Tulfo Rafi, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Camil, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Subiri. The Senate President is present.
With 21 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a lot of guests in the gallery today. Joining us are my guests from Kibawe, Bukidnon. Mayor Jimboy Rabanes and his family is here with us. We also have LG officials of Davao del Norte led by Vice Governor Clarice Jubahid. These are guests of Senator J.V. Ejercito, guests of Senator Kiko Pangilinan, the Caloocan Vice Mayor Karina Te, and guests of Senator Wing Gatchalian, Sangguniang Bayan members of Magsaysay, Occidental Mindoro rather, and guests of Senator Rizzo de Veros, Mayor Dexter Uy of Catbalogan City, Samar. Mr. President.
We welcome the guests to the Senate this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the previous session and consider the same as approved. This is the journal of the 42nd session, Wednesday, February 4, 2026. It's so moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the journal is approved.
Mr. President, I move to be proceed with the reference of business.
The Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Message from the House of Representatives. informing the Senate that 3 February 2026 it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House Bill number 6676 titled An Act Establishing a National Policy Framework for Development, Utilization, and Commercialization of Energy Storage Systems.
Energy systems, no? All right, refer to the committees on energy and ways and means.
In House Bill number 7239 titled An Act Providing for Mandatory Insurance Coverage and Benefits for All Line Workers.
Refer to the committees on energy and labor.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 1742, An Act Converting the Municipality of Claver in the Province of Surigao del Norte into a component city to be known as the City of Claver by Senator Subiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
1745, An Act Identifying Tourism Development Areas in the Province of Isabela, mandating support for tourism development, creating the Isabela Tourism Council, and operating funded for by Senator Marcos.
The Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
1746, An Act Establishing a Hospital in the Municipality of Calasiao, Province of Pangasinan to be known as the Calasiao District Hospital, operating funded for by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1747, An Act Declaring Pinsal Falls, located in the Municipality of San Nicolas Province of Pangasinan, a tourism destination, providing with development and appropriating funds for by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Tourism, Public Works, and Finance.
1748, An Act Declaring Diket Falls, located in the Municipality of Umingan, Province of Pangasinan, a tourism destination, providing for this development and appropriating funds for by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Tourism, Public Works, and Finance.
1749, An Act Dividing Barangay Adams in the Municipality of Adams, Province of Ilocos Norte into 3 distinct independent barangays known as Barangay Adan, Barangay Bucarot, and Barangay Malasin by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
1750, An Act Prohibiting Political Involvement in Distribution of Government Financial Assistance in the display of name, image, or likeness of public officials and government projects in further purpose by Senator Tulfo Erwin.
To the Committee on Civil Service.
1751, An Act Promoting and Regulating the Donation of Umbilical Cord Blood, appropriating funds for and further purposes by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
1752, An Act Establishing a Philippine Science High School Campus in the Municipality of Iquique, Province of Cagayan, and appropriating funds for by Senator Marcos.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
1753, An Act Amending Republic Act Number 11232, otherwise known as an Act Providing for the Vice Corporation Code of Philippines and for the purposes by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Constitutional Amendments,
One
Trade,
seven-
and Finance.
1754, An Act Mandating the inclusion of digital skills and relevant technology courses, educational curriculum by Senator Villar Camille.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Education, and Finance.
1755, An Act Ensuring that senior high school graduates under the K-12 program equipped with the knowledge, training, and skills development in the labor market by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on to the Committee on Trade, Science and Technology, and Finance.
1756, An Act Providing Support Services for Small Entrepreneurs in the online spaces and providing mechanisms for the integration in the formal economy by Senator Villar C.
Correction, this 1756 referred to Committees on Trade, Science and Technology, and Finance. 1755 is referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Higher Education, Ways and Means, and Finance. Please proceed.
1757, An Act to protect, promote, and support breastfeeding practices through proper infant and young child feeding by regulating the trade, marketing, and promotions of breast milk substitutes and food products for infants and young children by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health, Trade, and Ways and Means.
1758, An Act creating a national women's business enterprise policy and prescribing arrangements for developing, coordinating, and implementing a national program for women's enterprise by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Women, Trade, and Finance.
1759, An Act defining electronic violence against women and their children, providing protective measures and prescribing penalties for violation thereof. Amending for the purpose of Republic Act Number 9262, otherwise known as the Anti-Violent Against Women and Their Children Act of 2004 by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Women and Science and Technology.
1760, An Act providing for the employment of a mental health officer in every city and municipality by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health, Local Government, and Finance.
1761, anak centralizing a national telemedicine system in the Philippines by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
1762, anak requiring restaurants, food chains, and other food service establishments to provide nutritional information of their food and beverage offerings by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health, Trade and Finance.
1763, anak reducing wastage by donating in recycling excess edible food by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Agriculture and Social Justice.
1764, anak providing for the employment of nurses and assigning at least one registered nurse for every barangay by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health, Local Government and Finance.
1765, anak strengthening the Rare Disease Act of the Philippines, amending Republic Act number 10747 and for other purposes by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
1766, an act to establish a grant program to provide vision care to children by Senator Villar.
To the Committees on Health and Finance.
1767, an act extending the national feeding program to undernourished children in secondary schools, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 11037, entitled An Act for Institutionalizing a National Feeding Program for undernourished children in public daycare, kindergarten, and elementary schools to combat hunger and undernutrition among Filipino children, and appropriating funds for by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Agriculture and Finance.
1768, an act granting tax exemption for minors deposit account, amending for the purpose the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Ways and Means.
1769, an act providing educational assistance to the children and dependents of farmers and fisher folks by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Basic Education, Agriculture and Finance.
1770, an act promoting responsible waste disposal and clean public space, mandating local government units to provide public trash bins every 100 meters, strengthening local solid waste management and providing funds for by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Local Government, Environment and Finance.
1771, an act strengthening the wildlife conservation and protection mechanism in the Philippines, amending for this purpose Republic Act number 9147, otherwise known as the Wildlife Resources Conservation and Protection Act by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Environment, Sustainable Development Goals, Ways and Means and Finance.
1772, an act amending Republic Act number 10642, otherwise known as the Philippine Lemon Law by Senator Villar C.
To the Committee on Trade.
1773, an act promoting plasma donation and collection, establishing plasma banks, appropriating funds for and for other purposes by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Health and Finance.
1774, an act granting broader authority to the Department of Trade and Industry in the implementation of its mandate to combat deceptive, unfair, and unconscionable sales act for practices, otherwise amending Republic Act number 7394, otherwise known as the Consumer Act of Philippines by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Trade.
1775, an act declaring the rights and responsibilities of patients, providing penalties for violations therefore and for other purposes by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Health and Justice.
Committee report number 25, prepared by and submitted jointly by the Committees on Sports, Ways and Means, and Finance on Senate Bill number 1743 with Senators Cayetano, P. Go, Estrada, and Tulfo are as authors report titled An Act Amending Republic Act number 10699 or the National Athletes and Coaches Benefits Incentives Act. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bills number 27, 407, 474, and 713 by Senator Go.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 26, prepared and committed by the Committee on Banks, Finance Institutions, and Currencies on Senate Bill number 1744, with Senators Gatchalian, Padilla, and Villanueva as authors therefore titled An Act Regulating Debt Collection Practices to Protect Debtors from Abuses, Harassment, Unfair Treatment, and Misrepresentation, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bills number 370 and 603, taking into consideration PS Resolution number 21 by Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
May I request for just a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of proposed Senate Resolution number 256. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measures in order.
This is the resolution expressing the sense of the Senate or condemning the recent public statements issued by the Embassy of the People's Republic of China. To sponsor the measure, Mr. President, is Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, and to interpolate is our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized to continue sponsoring the measure, and for the period of interpellation, the Minority Leader, Senator Alan Cayetano, is recognized.
We are more than willing, Mr. President, to
Good
answer
afternoon,
the
Mr. President, and to our esteemed colleague, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. May I have the privilege of asking some clarificatory questions to the one of the principal authors and the distinguished gentleman from Pampanga and the rest of the Philippines.
most willingly to our Minority Leader and the gentleman from Taguig and Pateros.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Pangilinan, may I start by asking just some preliminary questions, just to set the tone and the environment. Let me start by saying that the gentleman is a friend. He helped my sister a lot when she was the first time she ran for the Senate. In the last 10, 12 years, we have not agreed on many things on politics between me and the gentleman. Yet we have worked on many things together. Both of us had the privilege of being in the cabinet, him during as presidential advisor on agriculture, myself on the foreign affairs. But the most significant thing is that we are brothers in Christ, correct?
Amen.
Yes. So I take that as a yes, the amen. So as brothers in Christ, we both believe that Jeremiah 29:11 is true. When God said, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you, not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future," that refers to the Philippines, as it refers to other nations, correct?
That is correct.
Yes. And part of the future and hope that God is giving us is also to secure our territory. Am I correct there?
That is correct.
Yes. And also to secure the benefits of our sovereign rights.
That is correct, Mr. President.
And of course, kasama rin po doon yung responsibilities natin sa sovereign rights. For example, managing the ecosystem in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I know the answer to this, but let me ask it anyway. The gentleman from Pampanga, being from a city councilor to senator of this republic to a cabinet member, you do share the view that sending millions of Filipinos out of the Philippines because there's no work here is not sustainable. We have to come to a turning point where there are quality jobs in our country, correct?
That is correct, and I believe agriculture and fisheries modernization would be key to bringing our overseas Filipino workers back because that will be sustainable economic growth should we focus on agriculture and fisheries, Mr. President, as a path to modernization and sustainable economic growth.
Actually, the gentleman answered my follow-up question because my follow-up question was that precisely that I know his passion for agriculture. I think that's been a, 15, 20, 25-year passion of the gentleman.
A decade and a half. About
A decade
15,
and a half,
About
no?
15 years.
And of course, fisheries. Very, very much underestimated yung potential ng fisheries. Of course, we can expand that to sana bumalik yung manufacturing. Sana ang ating pong mga creative, no? Whether yung mga gumagawa ng games, whether po yung ating mga fashion designers, whether po yung ating visual artist or yung mga painters, sculptures, sana magkaroon ng break worldwide, and that would also bring in the income and hopefully less sending of Filipinos abroad. Yes.
Yes, agreed.
So having said that, but while we do have more than 10 million Filipinos abroad, you do agree that it is our responsibility to look after their welfare. While they are there, the millions abroad, and I know the answer is obvious because the gentleman has also stood up, no, to protect and to defend our
That is correct,
our
Mr. President.
OFWs now. And one way of protecting them is through diplomatic ties, correct?
Definitely, Mr.
Yes.
President.
So, Mr. President, would it be possible to have a problem with another country in one aspect of the relationship, but continue to grow your relationship on other aspects, no? So, for example, you have a dispute on trade, but in terms of migration, you have very good agreements. In terms of scholarships or people-to-people relations, maganda yan, di ba? So, pwede po ba yun? Pwede ho bang may alitan, may dispute tayo sa isang country, pero maganda pa rin ang relationship natin?
In other aspects, Mr. President, yes, that is possible. In fact, the issues, for example, of Japan and China, with respect to territorial disputes, is separate and distinct from their trade relations, Mr. President. So yes, these disputes can coincide with healthy relations in other aspects of trade, foreign exchange, cultural exchange, among others, Mr. President. That's correct.
So, Mr. President, these are all preliminary, and I hope you give me a little bit of latitude on it. But to go straight to the point, can we have good relationship with China despite our dispute in the West Philippine Sea and the South China Sea?
Up to a certain extent that, yes, definitely, we hope we could be able to distinguish between our territorial disputes as well as, for example, our desire for greater trade with China. Mr. President, we'd like to see something like that, yes.
So I thank you for your answer, and I think it is perfectly correct because we do have very, very good relationships with Malaysia and Vietnam, despite our dispute with them in the West Philippine Sea, the South China Sea. In fact, sa Malaysia, we have two disputes. We have dispute in the West Philippine Sea, but we also have dispute about Sabah.
That's correct.
No? Of course, they do not recognize that we do have a dispute regarding Sabah because as far as they're concerned, there was a UN referendum and that's done, di ba? So there can be a dispute despite the fact that the other side says walang dispute, tapos na to.
Well, yes, definitely.
Yes. So, could it be possible, Mr. President, that marami sa atin pare-pareho ang stand? To simplify, atin to. Atin to. I will not go into the details that Senator Marcoleta went into or His Honor or others where you look at the legal basis of the different entitlements and territory. I think mahaba po yun. No? If you go to the Treaty of Paris, the amendments, the difference between territory and sovereign rights, mahaba yon. But would it be possible na pareho tayo ng stand, atin to, pero iba lang tayo ng approach kung paano ma-secure ang benefits ng atin ito?
Well, definitely, Mr. President, we are in a democracy. We can agree, but at the same time have differences in approaches, Mr. President. We can agree on a fundamental principle that the exclusive economic zone, for example, of the Philippines has been ruled upon. We can agree that the arbitral ruling is a victory for us. But we can also disagree in terms of how to move forward in approaching China with respect to other considerations, or other concerns, Mr. President.
Sir President, let's go a little bit to the arbitral ruling in a while. But thank you very much to the gentleman, to the principal author, Senator Kiko, especially Senator Bam, who we worked closely together in the previous Congress in the Rules Committee, yourself. We can disagree on language, on culture, on approach, maybe even strategy, but I don't want to go into strategy because the other countries are watching. No, Malaysia, Vietnam, China. We have a joint strategy with ASEAN, which is quite common knowledge, but then ang problema when we talk about strategy in public, nakikita din nung kabila. But I guess there will be parts of it that we will nadadaanan natin, Your Honor. But if ever there's something deep about the strategy na dapat hindi in public, please just correct me, or I will state that I will not discuss on that matter because I don't think it will be in our interest to do so. But I want to dwell muna dun sa point that we can agree and disagree. We can love the Philippines, protect our territory, secure the victory under UNCLOS, under the arbitral ruling, under international law, but yet magkakampi tayo. Pero kasi tignan nyo tong article na to. Sabi po nung dating secretary ng Presidential Advisor on Political Affairs, hold the Chinadors accountable. So, as far as he is concerned, anyone who did not sign the resolution is pro-China. I dare ask, do you agree, Your Honor?
I do not agree. In fact, I manifested when we sponsored the measure that the final determination of whether you are for or against the resolution is not in the being an introducer,
Yes.
but in voting whether for or against the resolution, which
thank
comes
you.
after.
Thank you for that, Mr. President, with a little bit of modification. Because if the resolution was like the resolutions in the 19th Congress, that was explicit on the Philippine official stand, then we will be unanimous. But the resolution is on statements, not on our stand. That's where, personal ko to, this is not the whole minority. Yun ang gusto kong linawin. Ang resolution na to ay tungkol sa sagutan ng mga opisyal ng Pilipinas at ng top diplomat na nandito sa Pilipinas ng China. As far as I'm concerned, hindi to tungkol sa stand natin. But this is the incredible thing, Mr. President. I remember the time that I hanged out a lot with Senator Lacson. Doon ko natutunan na sa House kasi wala or iba yung terminology. Sa Senate meron OB, official business. So kung may session tayo, pero let's say may international conference, OB ka, official business, di ba? Or we don't allow hearings na kasabay nung plenary, but if there was something in Malacanang, between the House, the Senate, or the Judiciary, the Senate, Malacanang, pwede ka magpa-OB. But there is another kind of OB, yung opportunistang balimbing. No? What do I mean by that? May I ask, Mr. President, honored gentleman, are you familiar with the stand of Secretary Llamas regarding the West Philippine Sea? It's okay if you're not. I'm just wondering if you're familiar.
I'm not familiar, Mr. President.
Today, he is one of the most ardent voices, the most firm voice about confronting China. At yung hindi mag-confront sa China ay Chinador or pro-China. That's a funny thing because before the arbitral ruling was filed, he sought me out. Sabi niya, Alan, mali approach ni Pinoy. Dapat kinakausap ang mga Chinese. Kung gusto mo, i-set up ko yung meeting between you and the Chinese ambassador. And he did. And then sabi niya sa akin, Alan, ang Chinese may ibang kultura. Kakausapin mo yan bilateral. Hindi pwedeng multilateral. Isasama natin ang kano, mapapahamak tayo. He told me that. he met me after the meeting with the Chinese ambassador. This was during the time of President Pinoy. I think in the arbitral award, if I'm not mistaken, Senator, you were still in the Senate, no? You were in the cabinet yet, eh?
No, I was no longer.
You were already... yung award... we-
2016.
no, we filed
The award was
2012. 2012 yung standoff, eh.
Yes.
So you were still in the Senate, no?
Yes, the first 3 years of my third term.
Yes. So I was minority leader noon. So by virtue of that, I was in the National Security Council. And Ronald Llamas were looking for anyone and everyone who would listen to him to talk to whoever to convince President Pinoy not to file the arbitral case, not to go, and to have bilateral talks. So let me just mention, Mr. President, that what is seen in public, in Facebook, in vlogs, is very, very far from what is discussed in the halls of power and between professionals. I mean, here in Senate, we know where we disagree, we know where we will agree, di ba? So for example, if you talk about divorce, we will know who is pro and anti. So yung pro, gusto niya mapasa yung batas na pwede ng divorce. Yung anti, ayaw. Meron namang pro-divorce, pero ayaw na no-fault divorce. Ibig sabihin, kailangan may grounds. So, masalimuot ang issues. No? Anong point ko doon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, dear Senator Pangilinan? A issue this complex, we should simplify so that people, especially students, would know that, we shouldn't be, dapat walang divide and rule, dapat hindi tayo magpabaya, dapat always tayo on guard. But is it productive na just because you don't agree on a certain point, siya pro-China, ikaw, di ba? So let me ask you this question. Can you be pro-Philippines without being anti-China?
Well, that's a general proposition, so I will have to answer with a qualification, Mr. President.
That's okay, Mr. President.
Yes.
Ito naman, opinion lang naman natin dalawa.
It'll be difficult to be out and out pro-China, especially when it comes to policies that affect our national interests. So I will have to qualify that you can be pro-Philippines without being anti-China as a general proposition, but when a conflict arises, obviously, between China's interests and ours, then clearly we stand by the national interest.
So, meaning, Mr. President, it's like watching a basketball game between the Philippines and China. I'm pro-Philippines, and then in the game, of course, I will cheer for the Philippines, but I don't hate China. Diba? Pero dun sa specific interest natin, so for example, if I have to negotiate a trade deal, I will be pro-Philippines. Diba?
Yeah.
Now, if it can be a win-win, why not? No? So ang point ko lang, Mr. President, unlike electoral politics, which is a zero-sum game, meaning if Senator Villanueva runs for mayor of Taguig and I run for mayor of Taguig, only one will win. But in diplomacy, it's not a zero-sum game. Diba? It's a continuous dialogue, continuous communication, and there are times that we shout at each other. There's time that you hate the situation. So I'm not even talking about being pro-China. So what I'm saying is that we deal with our problems with Vietnam, but we're pro-Philippines, but we're not anti-Vietnam.
Nabanggit ni ginoong minority leader yung basketball. In fact, ako may halimbawa. Last Tuesday, nung matapos yung aming balitaktakan ni Senator Marcoleta, yung nag-dinner kami sa Chinese restaurant. Hindi ng mga kasamahan ko. So ibig sabihin, kahit na ba tayo ay naninindigan at hindi tayo sumasang-ayon sa naging patakaran o yung mga bitiw na salita ng gobyerno ng China, paborito ko pa rin ang Chinese food.
Yes. No, that's a good example because that's what I want to point out. Pareho tayo ng stand, atin to. Etong portions ng South China Sea, West Philippine Sea, na territory natin. Ako, mas radical pa stand ko. Hindi lang yung 12 nautical miles. Yung nasa Treaty of Spanish, atin din yun. Hindi natin pwedeng basta't i-give up yon by international treaty. Diba? Some will disagree, some will agree. The Supreme Court case na final ni a brilliant man ni Professor Magallona, diba? Nasabi niya, sa UNCLOS, bumawas yung ating territory. But we're not here to discuss that now. We're discussing, number one, yung sagutan ng opisyales at nila. So I just want to point that out, Mr. President, Senator Pangilinan, because we don't want to be hitting each other kung pareho naman pala stand natin in terms of sovereign rights and sovereignty. Let it be oversimplified. Si Senator Amy, kapitbahay natin dalawa, co-owners tayo, may puno ng mangga sa gitna. Sabi ni Senator Amy, sa kanya yon. Sabi natin dalawa, sa atin yon. Tuwing nagbubunga, nag-aaway tayo. Ang problema, mas mayaman sa atin si Senator Amy. Ang problema, marami pong tangke, airplano, pati sa pera, pati sa diplomacy, sa abogado, mas marami si Senator Amy. So ako, ang stand ko, makipag-usap tayo kay Senator Amy. Ikaw, ang stand mo, hindi, sinisigawan na tayo, makipagsigawan na tayo. So we have the same stand. Mr. President, let me just finish this sentence.
Yes, and I will clarify because
but ang pinag-uusapan natin, yung approach. Pero so far as saying na etong puno ng mangga ay atin, pareho tayo.
Pero hindi po nakikipagsigawan ang I would not describe yung position taken by this representation as nakikipagsigawan. In fact, maganda yung point ng minority leader, yung kanyang paghahambing na sila, ang China, maraming baril, maraming resources, maraming armamento, etc. At dahil nga doon, napakahalaga na ating isinusulong yung rule of law at yung ating sandigan ay yung international law. Hindi natin maaring labanan ng puwersa ang China. We cannot fight in the area of brute force. And that's why we are fighting in the area of the arbitrary ruling, the UNCLOS, the rule of law, international law.
Yes. I will not disagree with you. When I said sigawan, it was in the context of magkapitbahay, etc. Because, Mr. President, President Aquino and President Duterte had very different approach. President Aquino, at a certain point, to be fair to him, at a certain point, may bilateral na pag-uusap. But after the standoff sa Scarborough, nagkaroon po ng, for lack of better word, we call it megaphone diplomacy. Diba? Yung maingay sa media. But for the record, Mr. President, did we lose a single inch of territory or sovereign rights? Did we lose a single centavo during the Duterte administration?
Well, according to the Department of National Defense, because this was tackled during the interpellation last week, that despite the Duterte administration's positioning, the harassment did not stop. The water cannoning did not stop. And therefore, this is the situation, Mr. President. Hindi naman tumigil yung paghaharas. Hindi rin tumigil yung pag-water cannon.
Mr. President, we'll speak about that. Iibahin ko yun kasi ibang issue kung yung dispute was live at umaabot ba sa water cannon. Ang tinatanong ko, kasi during President Aquino's time, it's on the record, we lost control of Scarborough. We lost control. May miscalculations na nangyari. Instead of sending a Coast Guard ship, we sent a military ship, Navy, a gray ship, and then nagkaroon ng standoff and then kinontrol ng Chinese. So when President Duterte took over, that's what we had to deal with, the threats that it will further escalate. So from the time that President Duterte took over, June 30, 2016, until the time he left, June 30, 2022, did we lose a single feature, a single square inch? Did we lose part of our territory? I think it's on the record we did not.
Well, if we did not lose any, then we thank the efforts of the past administration. But did we gain? Were we able to reverse the losses? I think not. Were we able to improve our trade, direct investments, etc.? I would say not so. Not as robust in terms of other countries. So therefore, may plus minus din po, Mr. President.
Well, let me answer that in two ways. First, I appeal to the records. We had more trade than during the Aquino administration. More bananas, other fruits were allowed into China. The tourism went up. First time in our history, lumaban yung dami ng Chinese versus dumami ng Japanese. And then yung hindi nakakapangisda, your staff, I have my support staff, you have your support staff, they can Google it. President Duterte announced that our fishermen can fish. Hindi lang pwede sa loob ng lagoon. And pati yon meron dahilan because spawning grounds yon eh. So hindi dapat mag-fish dun sa loob. Long story short, hindi nakakapag-fish nun. Did we gain? That is now the challenge of the Marcos administration. And that's why I have not commented whether I'm for or against because his national security knows more of what's happening on the ground. And ongoing pa yung kanilang strategy. Do I hope that they will gain? I think there are some gains in the Scarborough. Of course, I hope that they will gain. Kaya nga ulit-ulitin ko. Pareho stand natin, atin to eh. Yung approach natin ang iba. And tayo, nakakapag-discuss tayo, I will agree with you or disagree, you will disagree with me, but I will not call you hypocrite, pro-China, anti-China, anti-Philippines, ganyan. Because precisely, you know, when I was in the Foreign Affairs Department, question ako ng Malaysian, Indonesian more of curiosity at Vietnamese. Bakit ganito yung strategy? Because nakikinabang sila sa strategy natin pag tayo maingay. But I got the shock of my life. Why? Because when I actually became Foreign Secretary, the funds from the United States for the South China Sea, mas malaki ang nakukuha ng Vietnam kaso sa Pilipinas. Ginera nila ang Vietnam, tinalo sila. Tayo, treaty ally, mas malaki. Ang before the administration of President Duterte, binigyan ng same kind of ship or seacraft ang Taiwan sa Pilipinas. Yung sa kanila may weapon system, may communication system. Sa atin, walang weapon system. So Mr. President, what I'm saying is that pareho tayo ng stand. Pareho natin mahal ang Pilipinas. Pareho natin gustong makinabang ang bawat Pilipino, ang anak ng anak ng anak ng anak ng anak natin. You know, President Cory, in her visit to China, actually started the discussion on this. So it's not new, no? So if you have comment, Mr. President, then can I have just a few more preliminary? Go ahead, Mr. President.
Just very quickly on the Scarborough Shoal incident. Precisely because of the Scarborough Shoal incident, the Aquino administration proceeded to file the case before the International Tribunal a few years later. I think 1 year or several months later. And we won, thankfully.
Yes.
And in that regard, we placed on record that the 9-dash line of China is illegal according to the UNCLOS, that they're setting up, building destruction of the reefs and building artificial islands and runways was violative of our EEZ, and that alone gave us a strong footing so strong in the sense that moving forward, several years later, about 60 countries have recognized the 2016 ruling that favored precisely the Philippine position and counting. So I'd like to think that yes, that incident in Scarborough was most unfortunate that it led to that, but because of that incident, we, as a smaller nation, decided that the way to addressing the challenge of a bigger nation, more powerful nation, is by way of the rule of law, by international law.
Yes, Mr. President. But there were many things that happened in between. One, we made the mistake of sending a gray ship. Number two, if the records I read is correct, we made the mistake of relying on back channeling and an alleged, until now, walang confirmation o denial, kung totoong nag-mediate ang Amerika at sinabing pag umalis yung ships nyo, aalis din yung Chinese ships, umalis yung ship natin, hindi umalis yung Chinese ship. So I leave that to history to judge. But one question on the arbitral ruling. Is it a total victory o meron din parts na nagka-problema tayo?
Well, there is this concern that, which was already raised previously, that because the Kalayaan Group of Islands is not within the EEZ rather, then it creates some questions regarding our sovereign rights and sovereignty over the KIG. But it can be argued that in the same way, for example, Guam is not within the EEZ of the United States, it is still U.S. territory.
Medyo exhaustive naman po ang inyong talakayan ni Senator Marcoleta. I'll just try to summarize it in one line. Yung nangyari kasi doon, claim natin na China cannot claim a group of features as one unit that, what's the right word, that generates entitlements and rights, di ba? But tayo, claim natin yung KIG as a group. That's why last minute lang nalaman nung lawyer natin. So, but as I said, exhaustive kayo. But maraming hindi nakakaalam, and I think this is where it's upsetting to scholars. Because I got the shock of my life. Before I went to DFA, I attended seminars, international seminars. Ito yung mga track 2, mga professors. At tinanong nga ako ng isang professor, "Sir, did you win the arbitral award?" Of course, sagot ko, yes. But I knew it was sort of a trick question. So he asked me, "Sa Scarborough Shoal, didn't you used to arrest Chinese fishermen?" "Yes." "Oh, didn't you used to arrest Vietnamese fishermen?" "Yes." "O ano ba ang sinabi sa award?" Sabi sa award, it is recognized as traditional fishing ground of all three: Chinese, Filipinos, Vietnamese. So ngayon, hindi na natin sila pwedeng arestuhin. So hindi rin totoo na parang Biblia, as far as we are Christians is concerned, that every part of the Bible is true. May mga naging kahinaan din itong agad-agad natin pagpunta sa arbitral ruling. Kaya, in resetting our problem in Scarborough Shoal, hindi na natin mababalik sa before Pinoy's time or before the standoff because stop na tayo nung ruling sa arbitral court.
But in the conceding that may be the case in terms of us arresting other fishers from other nations, the fact that there was a recognition that these are traditional fishing grounds for all means that China is now doing illegal acts by water cannoning our fisher folk who are in the area, Mr. President. So in that regard,
Mr. President, that was clear even before. But before, pwede natin sila arestuhin. Ngayon, hindi na natin sila pwedeng arestuhin. Dati, pag i-easy natin, kailangan nila ng fisheries agreement. Kung hindi, pwede natin silang arestuhin. Parang Papua New Guinea. Sa ngayon, doon na tayo kumukuha. Not all, but tuna, kumukuha tayo sa EEZ nila, pero may fishing agreement. Sa ibang parts ng EEZ natin, we can still arrest.
Yes.
But not in Scarborough. But that's not my point. My point is, we can discuss soberly as patriotic Filipinos how to navigate this and secure our territory and also benefit from all of this, from our sovereign rights, di ba? Without saying you're pro-China, you're anti-China, Chinador ka, etc. No? And the funny thing is, Mr. Llamas was correct on that point. Because sinasabi niya, hindi man pinag-aralan lahat, iba-iba yan. Iba yung stand natin sa Ayungin, iba stand natin sa KIG, kay Don. Kaya lang ngayon, biglang balimbing na, biglang totally siya ang Mr. Philippines. No? Mr. President, who was the first to start reclaiming in the South China Sea?
At least from the Philippine...
What country, Mr. President?
Oh, you're from the DND. Yes, our DND resource person says that it was Malaysia
Okay.
that started claiming. No?
Okay. And of the claimant countries, sinong pinaka-aggressive?
Of the claimant countries.
I'm not talking about
China.
1 month, 1
China,
year.
of
In the
course.
last 20 years, China.
Yes.
Okay. Sino pinaka maraming reclamation?
China. As of today, Vietnam, according to the DND, Mr. President.
What country offered the United States not to militarize the reclamations, etc.?
Actually, Philippines was the first. President Ramos was the first to say not to militarize that.
Ramos.
Yeah, before.
Yes, according to our resource person, it was President Ramos who first
Okay.
requested not to militarize the area, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Not bad yung taga-DND, sir. You got 1 out of 4 questions correct. Not bad. The first to reclaim was Vietnam. The most aggressive to reclaim and most islands is Vietnam.
Yes, that's correct.
The most aggressive is Vietnam. The country to first propose to President Obama not to militarize na hindi tinanggap ng American government is China. President Xi was still vice president there. It's recorded in many, many books. I recommend you read yung kay Mahubani, a great diplomat, a great professor of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Government. No? Instead of saying yes, they continued to send their Navy ships because of the freedom of navigation. And China reacted the same way that US reacted to missiles on Cuba. No? So the next question, Mr. President, inside our EEZ, sino ang pinakamaraming reclamation?
Right now, it is, as I'm made to understand, it is Vietnam.
Okay. Sinong pangalawa?
Again, according to our DND resource person, China is the second.
Okay. Mali po, it's Malaysia. So, tama ako, Malaysia. Kasi, Malaysia has 5. Well, if he considers the one by Taiwan because of the one China policy, then tied ang Malaysia at saka China. May I know if militarized etong mga nireclaim ng Vietnam at saka ng Malaysia?
Depends naman kung naglalagay ng military homes. Yung sa Vietnam, they have their own military.
Yes, according to our resource persons in Vietnam, there are military personnel and officers. And
So
officials.
military personnel lang naman, but hindi militarized.
Well, yes, he not in the context or not.
In the context of the Chinese
Yes, not in the relative to.
Okay. Ang Malaysia po.
Sa Malaysia, sir, may militar and then they also a civilianized island.
Similar. They have the military, but they also have civilianized islands, Mr. President.
Yeah, kasi that's it, because of the military.
Isa-isa pictures.
At least military.
Yeah.
It's part of defense. So doing national defense on our part is not actually military.
Mr. President, I'm looking for the pictures, but I don't know kung hindi lang authorized ang representative nyo sa DND. Ang features ng Vietnam at Malaysia are may missile silos, may military ships, may radars. I showed it already in this session hall. So hindi totoo na hindi militarized ang Vietnam at saka ang Malaysian features. I'm trying to look for the pictures. Is it there? Yeah, that one. Can you show that, please?
Actually, yung term na militarized kasi hindi
Nasa part 2. Mr. President, during the time of President Duterte, while they're readying the pictures, parating inuulit-ulit ni Justice Carpio, pag hindi ka nag-protest, malulusaw, I don't know his exact term, pero maapektuhan daw claim natin. Did you hear that noise during that time?
I may have picked it up, Mr. President.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not sure exactly when he
Yes,
said that.
he-
But
he-
there were a number of
Yeah,
times.
he
yes.
together with many advocates kept on saying, whether I was foreign minister doon o hindi, na pagka hindi ka nag-protest, parang sa atin sa domestic law, di ba, na parang pag 30 years, yung lupa, walang titulo, uninterrupted, walang nag-claim, nagkakaroon ng laches o na-estopel ka. Is there a personnel from DFA here?
Yes.
Yes. Maybe we'd like
He
to get...
probably used to work for you.
Yeah. So let me ask that question. Is the principle of estoppel or of laches applicable to what we are contesting or what we are fighting for in the South China Sea? So tama ba si Justice Carpio na pag hindi tayo nag-protest, mawawala yan?
As a general principle, the resource person says yes. Latches may, over time, affect our claim, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Maybe we have to correct that, Mr. President. Napakadelikado ng statement na yon. Alam niyo bakit? Kasi nung panahon ni President Aquino and even during the Duterte time, we did not protest Vietnam and Malaysia. So kung tama yung sinasabi ni Justice Carpio, wala na tayong claim sa
Well,
sa 38 features ng China so, na clinic-claim nila, ang nasa loob ng EEZ natin 4, sa 24 na clinic-claim ng Vietnam, nasa EEZ natin 11, tapos yung Malaysia may 5, Taiwan, yung Ito Island, nasa loob, hindi natin pre-notice yun, Mr. President. So, let's dispel that malicious political statement because it is not a legal proposition. Wala sa UNCLOS ang laches at saka estoppel. Wala po doon. Hindi, ibang-iba yung law of the sea sa law of land. Sa land, pag walang titulo, tapos si SecGen, lalo kung yung titulo, yung lupa na yun ay nasa Batangas, and meron siyang constituent na nandun 30 years, may tax deck siya, walang nag-claim, uninterrupted, pwedeng tituluhan, pag biglang ako, kapitbahay niya, 1 year later sabihin, akin yan, hindi na pwede. May estoppel na may latches na Hindi totoo yun sa law of the seas. Kahit 1,000 taon, kahit bumangon yung mga mummies at dun sa mga pyramid sa Egypt, atin pa rin yun. No, Mr. President? I mean, we don't have to debate it today, courtesy if the DFA wants to answer that. But if that is their answer, And that wasn't their answer to me when I was secretary, because I asked everyone in DFA, I asked them, kung tama si Justice Carpio at hindi nag-protest during the time of President Aquino, we will file the protest now. Sabi, sir, hindi kailangan. At saka, sir, pag nag-protest ka sa Vietnam at Malaysia, tayo magkakampi ngayon kasi mas malaki ang China. Tayo sa ASEAN ang nag-uusap-usap. So hindi naman pwedeng iba yung rule sa China, iba yung rule sa Malaysia at Vietnam. In terms of legal, Mr. President.
In terms of legal, that's correct.
In approach,
In terms of realities,
yes,
we do have
in
to
certain
do.
realities, like for example, the water cannons, di ba?
Yes.
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 So, Mr. President, ito example, Hison Reef. My eyes isn't as good as it used to be, but I read the radar, I see the battle tank. Go to the next slides para lang makita. Ito, Bailang K. So makikita nyo po dyan, meron pong bunker, meron pong gun shelter, meron pong open, ayan, may battle tank, may lighthouse, may speedboats, may pier. Next slide. The Sincoe East Reef, if I'm pronouncing it right, ha? Meron tong 3-sweep twisted blade turbine for power. May battle tank. May 12.7 mm HMG, concrete bunkers. At the time I got this and President Duterte allowed me to show it, ongoing pa yung construction nila. Next, Vietnam, Pugad Island. Sa Pugad Island, may battle tank, may anti-aircraft artillery. So let me ask the DND representative, through of course you gentleman, ang mga airplano ba natin, helicopters or Coast Guard, dumidikit sa mga island ng occupied ng Vietnam?
Hindi daw tayo dumidikit.
Yes.
Mr. President.
And that is why walang water cannon. That is why hindi natin napapanood sa balita yung you are in Vietnamese territory, move out. Because iniiwasan natin yung sa Malaysia at Vietnam. That's not the only reason, Mr. President. Kasi nga, hindi iniwasan ng China ang Sierra Madre. Sila mali doon, tama tayo doon. I don't contest that. This is my point, Mr. President. We're not being totally truthful to the Filipino people of what's happening sa West Philippine Sea, South China Sea. And as we strengthen to face China, Malaysia and Vietnam are also strengthening. I don't know if the resource person from DND has the information how many submarines does Vietnam have.
In the area? There are a number
Yes.
of...
And how many does Malaysia have?
also, there
I'm
are...
sorry, sir. I know you don't have it offhand, but enough to say na marami. How many Philippines has? Except, hindi kasama yung kay Chabit na submarine na ginagamit niya sa Ilocos, ha? How many submarines does the Philippines have?
According to the DND, we have no submarines,
Okay.
Mr. President.
So in long story short, we don't really have a strategy except the transparency strategy against China, but more so, we don't have that concrete strategy against Vietnam and Malaysia. Although we're friendly, Vietnam and Malaysia, as seen in all of this, have a strategy against the Philippines. In this last one, tignan mo po yung Quay. Tignan nyo po yung landingan nila, no? Dun sa Pugad Island, Let's go very fast, with your permission, just to show you yung Malaysian. Let's go to the Malaysian. Ayan. So, yan ang example po, oh. May runways na rin sila. Next slide. Swallow Reef. Next slide. 5 yan eh. So anyway, sige, let's stop there. But the point I want to make, Mr. President, is kailangan natin magkaisa sa issue na to. Atin to. And some want to make it a political issue. Sila pro-China, kami anti. Hindi po. Pare-pareho tayong pro-Philippines. Pero may mga detalye na kailangan pag-usapan natin ng husto. So I'll go straight to the resolution unless you wanna
Yes, please.
just react. Yeah. To the resolution, Mr. President, is it correct that ang pinagmulan nito ay yung presentation ni Commodore Tariela na may depiction in caricature or whatever the right name is of President Xi sa presentation niya? Ito ba yung pinagmulan nito?
Hindi naman, di ba? Even before that. I think that may be one of the issues raised, but I don't think it began with that, Mr. President.
No, Mr. President, because bago po yung yung Chinese ambassador eh. So all the disputes with the former ambassador, kung meron man, was covered by the 19th Congress eh. Kompleto naman tayo ng resolution eh. So lumala ito nung nagkaroon ng caricature regarding the president of China. So, asan yung side by side? Pakita mo. So, siguro ito question ko. Let's, with your permission, Mr. President, Senator Pangilinan, let's focus on Commodore Tariela muna, no? Let me state this for the record muna, ha? I don't doubt his patriotism. I don't doubt his contribution to the cause. At lahat ng ginawa niya na opisyal at tama, wala akong problema. Okay. This is one picture. Pero nasan yung picture ni Presidente na nung sa ASEAN ba yon o sa APEC? Hindi, yung nilapitan niya bigla si President Xi. Meron ka noon, di ba? Ito muna. Ano sa dalawa ang opisyal ng Pilipinas? Yung mag-usap tayo, magdebate, ipaglaban natin atin, pero sa simbolo ng watawat at sa simbolo ng Pangulo ng bawat bansa, cordial tayo, or ang official ba natin ay umikot tayo at gumawa tayo ng mga caricature at siraan natin ang image ng presidente ng kabila? Which is our official policy?
If I may just clarify, Mr. President, because the mention of the caricature. Mr. President, according to the information, the caricature came out January 14. But even before that, Mr. President, I publicly came up with a statement expressing concern about the military exercises, live military exercises undertaken by China in the Taiwan Straits. That was in December. And there, Mr. President, I was called out by the Chinese embassy spokesperson saying, reminding me that I should respect the one China policy. And so the issue of Tariela cannot be isolated, Mr. President.
Okay. So,
And therefore, if I answer this, it is simplifying, Mr. President, the whole resolution into Tariela's statements. No, it's not, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'll go to the one China policy later on and why you were called out. Because if you remember, the president himself was called out.
Exactly,
But not
Mr.
by
President.
no, because that's their duty.
Well, and this is our duty to respond.
Yes.
Mr. President. Yes.
Yes, it's your duty to respond, Mr. President. But
To uphold the rights, to uphold our independence, to uphold our freedom of speech, Mr. President.
yes, Mr. President, but one of the red lines of China in their diplomatic relations with any country, including the United States, is the one China policy. That's why when the Speaker of the House of U.S. went to Taiwan, they were called out. And there was no issue.
Mr.
And
President,
and they called, Mr. President, let me finish.
Yes.
They called, and there was a debate. When President Bongbong said we have to prepare, President BBM, nag-statement. So, wala namang issue eh. Eto stand natin, eto stand nila.
Except that,
What's
Mr.
the
President,
issue there?
my experience with Chinese statements, Mr. President, is that they tend to be inaccurate, or they tend to make wrong, false accusations. Mr. President, I was chairperson of the Council of Asian Liberals and Democrats. Our organization was blacklisted by China. And the accusation was that the Council of Asian Liberals and Democrats, of which I was chairperson, was supporting Taiwanese independence, which was a lie, Mr. President. So I've had experience with Chinese public statements that are false because it serves their interests to promote their one China policy. We respect their one China policy. When I expressed concern about the live military exercise, I did not speak about Taiwan's independence, or I did not speak about, at least from my point of view, it had nothing to do with the one China policy. We were just expressing concern that the live military exercises are creating tension and escalating tension in our region. There was no mention of one China policy, and then they come in and then remind me.
No, Mr. President,
That
is a standard reminder because they consider Taiwan and the waters in between to be part of China. So, put it another way, Mr. President. Sa kainitan ng secession movement ng Mindanao, kung may statement ang isang opisyal ng China, dahil nagpadala tayo ng military sa Marawi, hindi ba ang diplomats natin sa Beijing sasabihin din sa kanila, huwag kayong makialam. Kasi one Philippines to eh. Ang Mindanao ay hindi independent.
Mr. President, I beg to disagree with the comparison. I think, again, ano yan, Atis at Santol, Mr. President. Iba yung sitwasyon dun sa Mindanao, iba naman ang sitwasyon dito sa Taiwan Straits, Mr. President.
Mr. President, that's a very,
For example, we have about 200,000 overseas Filipinos in Taiwan. And so these live military exercises are a concern because an accident could lead towards, a shooting war, which we would, for the sake of our Filipinos overseas, we would like to ensure that nothing like that happens.
No, I agree with you, Mr. President. And I agree with your statement, and I agree na sana hindi invade yung Taiwan. What I'm saying is it's the duty of their diplomats na sumagot. So if there were 200,000 Chinese in Mindanao, and we had live exercises, i-invade yung Marawi, yung ating diplomat ay aangal pa rin sa Beijing because it's their duty. Diba? But to move on from that, Mr. President, okay, going back to Commodore Tariela, sa resolution nyo po kasi nakalagay dito in their performance of the official duties. So, tinanong ng ambassador ng China sa DFA, official ba yan? Which is tama and normal. So if in Beijing, yung isang general doon ay maglabas ng caricature ni BBM, ipare-recall natin yung ambassador natin doon pag hindi siya nagtanong, nag-protest na bakit, at pag hindi sinabing official ba yon. Kasi yung Pangulo natin takes effort and time for good relations despite the dispute. Tapos yung general, naka-uniforme pa siya, on official time, will show this caricature. So my point, Mr. President, is naghahalo-halo kasi itong resolution na to kung ano tama at mali. Let's assume, I will not grant because hindi ko alam yung statements niyo, Mr. President. I have to admit that. Okay? Pero naghahalo din yung statement si Tariela. We cannot pass this resolution saying that Commodore Tariela is correct because he's wrong. If he just simply stated, I love the Philippines, I will fight for our territory, I'll fight for our sovereignty rights, I will do my duty, but sorry, dahil uminit ulo ko, nilabas ko to, pero hindi official yan. Tapos tayo.
We beg to disagree, Mr. President, that Mr. Commodore Tariela is mistaken.
So-
we would not have put this resolution and authored it if we felt
See,
Mr. Tariela.
So that's what I want to elicit. So the authors of this resolution is saying, pwede. So kung ang official ng presidente is to have certain decorum sa presidente ng China, pwede yung isang general hindi sumunod. Ang sa kanya, bastusin natin yung Pangulo
Mr.
ng isang
President,
bansa.
that is his interpretation?
No. Bastos yun.
No, that is your interpretation.
No. So if I
No,
ask them
well,
now...
Mr. President, we beg to disagree.
Can you show the slide?
Mr.
ulit?
President, we beg
Mr.
to disagree.
President,
The Department of National
Mr. President,
Defense
tignan niyo naman po.
has issued a statement condemning China's remarks, Mr.
No,
President.
we're not talking about... Mr. President, if you look at the DFA, it was also telling Tariela, but not directly.
It says,
It was saying, follow the decorum, Mr. President. Mr. President, kung ganyan ang stand natin, then my staff now can show a meme of you.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, dito ba sa... Let me ask that question.
Mr. President, I am not from China. Why will they put a meme? Why will your staff put
No,
a
it's
meme
not about
towards me?
China. It's about
No,
decorum.
You're comparing apples
Mr.
and
President,
oranges, Mr.
no.
President. You are simplifying
Session
what
is
is a
suspended for 1 minute.
complicated na international
Kiko, and to you. I think we were just making a point. I will speak after him.
No, Mr. President, I have made my point. Just for the record also, the resolution does not make mention of the caricature, so I'm not sure where
Yes.
where the point of the caricature is being
Mr. President.
pointed out.
I will go there after this point, Mr. President. No. Sir President, Rule 93, acts and language which offend a senator or any public institution shall be deemed parliamentary. From kindergarten, Mr. President, we are taught certain rules. How to address the teacher, how to respect your neighbor, paano i-address yung matatanda, di ba? Ganon din po sa international affairs. You do not mess with their flag and you do not mess with their symbol of authority, their king, sultan, prime minister, or president. That's why in this slide, Mr. President, it is very clear, yung official natin is, despite any dispute, si President Zelensky at President Putin, if you put them on the same room, magkakamayan yan. So that's why the question kay Commodore Tariela is, officially sanctioned ba yan? Which tama na tanungin ng Chinese ambassador, bakit? If a general in China makes a caricature of President Bongbong, dapat i-protest ng ating ambassador. At dapat tanungin, official ba yan? Because we cannot look underhanded pagdating po sa international community. Hindi pwede ang Pangulo makikipag-usap na eto walang personalan and then yung general mo, personal. So, I'm sorry I reacted because anyone who sees the caricature is not a flattering caricature. If I do that caricature to any world leader, kahit dito, di ba? The majority leader is smiling. The majority leader and I had a we've known each other since 98. We've never argued with raising our voice. But umabot. I didn't even remember what I said. We apologized to each other. Bakit? Mali. Pero tama yung pinaglalaban mo, bro. Tama pinaglalaban ko. Mali yung paraan paano natin pinaglaban. So wala akong problema sa pinaglalaban ni Commodore Tariela. Pero hindi naman tayo fraternity dito sa Pilipinas na mali na nga brad mo, pero dahil bugbugan sa ibang bansa, sasabihin mo tama brad mo. Mali. I don't propose a resolution, but the guy should apologize and just say na, tama pinaglalaban ko, pero mali na ginawa kong ganyan. Now, if he wants to do that, he resigns his commission. He can go around He can join the media, he can be a blogger, he can be a professor, he can be like Ronald Llamas and call himself a influencer or a political analyst, di ba? But when you're in uniform, the other countries will ask you, official ba yan? That's standard, Mr. President. Kaya tayo nagkakaproblema.
Mr. President, wala namang problemang magtanong sila. Pero itong mga bitiw na salita nila sa kanilang Facebook official pages ay hindi katanggap-tanggap. Number one. Number two, kahit sa China, Mr. President, kinakarikature ang ating Pangulo ng state-controlled, China state-controlled media. Na alam natin, walang lumalabas dyan na hindi aprobado ng Communist Party. So merong China, Xinhua News. Andito si BBM, may caricature. Andito rin. So maliwanag, Mr. President, na they too, through their official channels,
Sir President.
come up with caricatures, Mr. President.
Sir President, yun po, with all due respect, Senator Pangilinan, and dapat ina-advisean ng DFA ng tama, hindi po mangga sa mangga o atis sa atis yan. Communist countries, including Vietnam, Cuba, North Korea, pag news outlet nila, although alam natin in reality, may say sila, just like PTB4, in reality, hindi dapat, but in reality, kahit sinong administrasyon ay may say sa PTV4, is not considered track 1. Hindi siya track 1. So kung hindi ka track 1, pwede ka mag-caricature. Media yun eh. Kahit na alam ng Communist Party. So if our diplomat ask, is that official? Sasagutin ka, that's our news. Hindi kami.
Which is Mr. President, and therefore okay lang.
No, it's not okay lang.
Well,
It's not okay lang, Mr. President. But
Why
It is the
when we
international-
defend when our officials caricature, it's not okay. But when their state-controlled news caricatures, it's okay?
No, Mr. President. There is an
Ayun naman pala eh.
international...
So what's the issue?
No, Mr. President, there's an international order in foreign relations. And when these countries that control state media do it, it is accepted that it is not track 1. But when democratic countries have generals who do that, it destroys the order. Nagmumukha tayong childish at bata, nasisira po ang kredibilidad mula sa Pangulo hanggang sa Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Kung hindi sila napapahiya na ginagawa ng state news, tayo napapahiya. Kasi walang maniniwala na gagawin ng general yan at hindi siya ipagsosorry, tapos sasabihin hindi siya opisyal.
Well, again, Mr. President, if taken in isolation, and that's the difficulty here, the good senator is taking it in isolation. That was January 14. December pa lang, pinuntirya na ako. Si Senator Risa Ontiveros, the same. Nung nag-statement ang Congressman Laila and Congressman Jokno, tinira rin. So, itong propensity to focus on Tariela because nagre-reklamo on China, it does not present the entire picture, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
This resolution would not have happened if it was just Commodore Tariela they were complaining about.
No, Mr.
But precisely, it is a systematic propaganda campaign to discredit our public officials, to discredit our armed forces, Mr. President. Ganyan ang style. And the statement of the DND, if you look at it, if you read through it, they were saying, and they condemned the lies. Mr. President, they described it as lies, ang nilalabas ng China. And then dito tayo, nagre-reklamo sila dahil dito sa caricature. Sana naman medyo patas tayo dahil dito naman tayo sa atin, Mr. President. Suportahan naman natin yung ating Coast Guard. Sila ang tumataya dyan eh. At suportahan natin ang DND at ang ating men in uniform. Yun ang ating
Mr. President.
kagustuhan para maipasa itong resolusyon na ito that we stand behind our men in uniform. We oppose and we condemn the lies, the disinformation, and the maligning being undertaken by China against the senators, against congressmen, against our men in uniform. Mr. President, ganun lang kasimple ito. Hindi na dapat pinahaba pa at pinatatagal pa to, Mr. President.
Mr. President, that's his opinion that hindi to pwedeng pahabain. This affects OFWs. This affects our ailing economy. This affects our being a Christian nation. This affects moral ascendancy. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin dahil mali kayo, mali na rin gagawin ko. Dahil ang Coast Guard tama, yung isang general na ng bastos, okay. So I take offense sa sabihin, dito naman kayo sa amin. Protektahan nyo naman Coast Guard. Kailan namin hindi protektahan ng Coast Guard, Mr. President? We are for the Coast Guard, Mr. President. But if one of their generals went over the line and did something that is wrong, childish, undiplomatic, reckless, unprofessional, it's also our duty. Did we file a resolution here to ask someone to correct him? Hindi po. Kasi hindi na namin kailangan ng rest back ng Senado. Pag kami nakakapag-debate sa Russian ambassador, American ambassador, hindi namin kailangan rest back ng Senate. Especially kung tama kami. But what we're asking sa resolution to is rest back ng buong Senado. Which I'll go to the other point because hindi tayo magkasundo dyan. So tingin nyo tama, bahala kayo. Because may mga anak kayo, may mga apo, tayong lahat. Dadating tayo dyan. Pwede mo ba sabihin sa anak mo, anak, pag mali sila, gumawa ka na rin ng mali. Anak, okay lang mang bastos kasi mas bastos sila eh. Anak, okay lang magbully kasi mas bully sila. Ako, hindi ko sasabihin yon. Ako, sasabihin ko,
At hindi yun ang sinasabi.
hindi, yun ang sinasabi mo, Mr. President, and I'm
No,
not yet
Mr.
finished.
President. Of
Kasi
course
you said, tama
We
si
beg to
Tariela.
disagree,
Mr.
Mr.
President, I'm not yet finished. No?
Well, we beg to
So,
disagree.
Mr. President, this is the question. The resolution question statement. Sabi dito, whereas, in response to the public statements of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China, etc., etc., walang naka-attach ko anong statements nila. So, paano tayo magdidebate dito? That's why mahaba to eh. Mga pang 3 araw to, iniisa-isa ko yung statements. Pinapakuha ko sa staff. Nagsumulala ako kay Tariela because tinitingnan ko statements ni Senator Risa. I think that's within her rights. She's been consistent with some of her, I may agree or disagree, but yun ang statement niya. I've been looking at the statement of the gentleman from Pampanga. You're a senator, you're a patriot. But yung kay Tariela, nakita ko kaagad eh. Tama yung iba niyang mga statements, pero mali yung ginawa niya na ganyan ang gagawin mo. Kasi pag ginawa kay President Bongbong yon, regardless kung opposition ako administrasyon, pagtatanggol ko siya. Dahil mali eh. Ang mali is mali. Hindi pwedeng mali sila, mali na rin tayo. Tama sila, tama tayo. May tama tayo niyan. So Mr. President, this is the question. How will we discuss and vote on this? Kung wala naman dito yung statements na kune-question natin. So will the gentleman attach these questions and furnish the members of this chamber? I don't think we ever passed a resolution. This is just 30 seconds, tapos na ako. On this point, we've never passed a resolution condemning anything without specifying what we're condemning. So, pwede bang sabihin, hindi ko gusto yung sinabi ni Senator Marcoleta sa CA. Hindi po. I saw the statement of Senator Lacson. I saw the other statements. Specify nila kung ano sinabi niya. Nakita ko statement ni Senator Marcoleta, clarify niya. At least malinaw. Eto parang carte blanche na lang. Lahat ng sabihin ng Chinese ambassador, mali. Paano kung sinabi niya, good morning? Paano kung sinabi niya, ni hao, good morning? Kinokondemn natin yon? Bawal na mag-good morning sa Pilipinas? Oh. You might say it's obvious na hindi yun ang kinokondemn. There's no such thing as obvious. The records of the Senate will bear this resolution and the discussions in this August hall. But anyone can add and subtract if it's general. So which statements are we talking about so that we in the minority, in the opposition, can be able to debate? That's why I started out today by simply saying, pagdating sa South China Sea, sa West Philippine Sea, nagkakaisa tayo, magkakasama tayo. Atin ito, ipaglaban natin to. Pero pagdating sa bastusan, out kami dyan. Kasi yung tama is tama, mali is mali. So ang question po ngayon, what will we do, gentleman from the esteemed senator, gentleman from Pampanga and the author, will you supply us or will we annex or add whereases so that we will see ano ba tong statements na to?
Mr. President, I think the whereases are clear. And just a little bit of research on the part of the researchers will confirm what we are referring to. We don't need to annex all of them, Mr. President. For example, in response to the public statements of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China that opposed and criticized these positions and questioned the propriety of Philippine officials expressing such views in the performance. So it's specified, the nature of the statements. So a little bit of research, malalaman mo na which statements were these because this
Point
refers
of order, Mr. President. Point of order.
What is the point of order? Of
The statements
gentleman?
of Senator Pangilinan, the nature of his statements. Kayo na mag-research kung ano statements na yun, Mr. President. Sabi niya, pwede daw yun eh.
Mr. President,
I-research na lang daw
I'm
natin.
not yet done.
No, that's why I
Philippine
gave you,
officials,
Mr. President,
including
that's why
members,
I gave a point of
members
order.
of the Senate. May I just be, I am still
It's
speaking,
a point of order, Mr.
President.
President. A point of order precedes your precedence.
Mr. President,
Maybe Mr. President, maybe ask the minority floor leader to state the point of order. Which part of the rules was
Mr. President.
which part of the rules was
Wala.
violated?
I'm making a point, Mr. President, that you cannot make a motion and then say, i-research mo na lang yung laman. Sabi kasi niya, pwede mo daw ipasa to, tapos nandyan naman yung nature. Ano ngang statements?
Mr. President,
So in the
this is a
same manner,
debate.
Mr. President, I
Where is-
admit
where is
my,
the point
my
of order?
motion, may I finish?
Where is the point
my
of order,
motion
Mr. President?
for...
Where is the point of
our
order?
Session is
motion.
suspended.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Cayetano.
Mr. President, to be fair to Senate President Pro Temp and to the gentleman from Pampanga, I was going to say I'm out of order in my move, in moving for a point of order, because you cannot have a point of order without stating
Why?
why. Where is the what's the basis so that the presiding officer can determine whether it's in order or out of order. At hindi naman ako parating out of order, Mr. President, di ba? So I was just trying to explain to my good friend, Senator Pangilinan, we both believe in what we're fighting for, moral ascendancy. So if we pass the resolution in its general form without saying the statements, if there are officials, again, Mr. President, ulitin ko ha, I'm not against Commodore Tariela. For all I know, he did 1,000 good things. Pero yung isa na naka-uniforme siya na may caricature, uncalled for, undiplomatic, hindi official yon. So I would rather, Mr. President, that we make it clear that we cannot vote on a resolution condemning statements, even if you say the nature of the statements without knowing the statement. Last point, Mr. President, the majority leader wanted to clarify, mali ata rinig niya. Ang sabi ko, in the 19th Congress, kaya unanimous yung mga resolution, kasi klaro kung ano kinokondem eh. Yung water cannon, yung claims about territory, etc. And then yung reply ng Chinese embassy was, how do I put it? Kung baga, parang patas, Mr. President, na ano. Pero dito kasi, Mr. President, simple lang po, no? Kung si President Bongbong kinarikature ng general ng China, pababalikin ko talaga yung ambassador natin pag hindi siya umangal. And pag sinabi nilang official yon, magbabago relationship natin. Pag sinabing unofficial, ibang usapan. So I understand the gentleman from Pampanga, he's talking about the statements of Senator Risa himself and the Chinese embassy. Mr. President, we're preparing for LEDAC tomorrow. We're preparing for the Blue Ribbon Report. I will support Senator Pangilinan's agricultural EDCOM style of agriculture. So we cannot take judicial notice, Mr. President. Even in the court, the gentleman from Pampanga said take judicial notice. What that means in court is that hindi mo nasusundin yung... Yes.
Point of order. I did not say judicial notice, Mr. President. I don't know where that came from.
I stand corrected, Mr. President. But he said obvious dahil sa nature. Hindi pwedeng ang obvious, Mr. President, because the resolution in its four corners should contain what we are condemning. No? If it's not there, it will be a bad precedent. So may I appeal to the gentleman from Pampanga, lagyan natin nung kung ano yung statements. You don't have to put all.
We will accede, Mr. President. I will now read a number of statements from the official website and account of the Chinese embassy in
Wait,
Manila.
hold on, Your Honors. If you will be reading it into the records, are you going to put it as an amendment?
No,
If
Mr.
you
President,
are,
just for the information of the because instead of attaching it, Mr. President, we will just place it on record so that that will suffice in terms of being able to
for
provide
reference. All right,
for reference, Mr.
all
President.
right, let's do it that
Mr.
way.
President, just for comfortability, I'd rather it be an annex or an amendment. Kasi pag binasa lang dito, Mr. President, mahirap eh. Kailangan pagka binunot natin sa bills. Mr. President, it's an appeal. I'm not saying I'm totally correct, but if you look at future resolutions, we want to be able to get the resolution and be able to judge it in its four corners.
Mr.
Hindi yung
President.
bubuksan mo pa yung record. So if we're condemning something, so for example, Mr. President, babalik ta rin ko ha, I'm congratulating the Chinese ambassador. Baka naman i-congratulate ko siya na something na laban. Kahit ilagay ko doon, for his magnanimity. There are different interpretations of magnanimity, Mr. President. So I can shorten my interpolation so we can go to the amendments. But
Yes, I was thinking of that. Why don't we terminate the period of interpellation and go into the period of amendments and therefore place that on record or an annex or something to that effect?
Subject
Will
to
you-
style, Mr. President. If the good gentleman from Taguig and Pateros will be willing to adopt this subject to style after we manifest what will be included in the agenda, the addendum, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I
Because
don't...
my concern, Mr. President, is the good gentleman, of course, that this is prerogative. If he wishes to request it, that a clean copy be produced, and therefore they can go through it, etc., then we will not be able to adopt it today, Mr. President. Maybe not even tomorrow, I don't know, because there might be another reason for
Mr.
us not to
President.
adopt it, Mr. President.
All right.
Mr.
Senator.
President, this is not a bill, it's a resolution. So, the clean copy, we've done it before on the screen.
Yeah, we can do that
Wala
now.
naman second, third reading, Mr.
All right.
President. In fact, I'm offering to shorten my interpellation.
Interpellation.
I just
All
have
right.
1 or 2 questions about the whereas clause and the resolution clause, Mr. President. Then, but Mr. President, you know, it's not personal and it's not about this topic. It's really about proper order in the resolution. Mas maganda isang bunutan ng resolution. We know what we're condemning.
Yes, Mr. President, and we appreciate the points raised by the good minority leader, just as I hope he appreciates that this is the third request to postpone the matter in terms of voting. So I hope he understands we'd like to vote on this matter already.
Yeah. Mr. President, not to prolong, but why is there a request to postpone? Because we requested a hearing. And it's very interesting, Mr. President. Ang tinatch pa lang natin, Commodore Tariela, ang tinatch pa lang natin is kung may latches or tinatch pa lang natin certain things, Mr. President. Wala pa nga tayo dun sa territory at saka sovereign rights eh. Di ba? So in the view of the minority, we're not actually delaying, it's speeding it up by discussing it here. Because if you ask me, I'd rather we have a hearing on it. And again, to put it on the record, Mr. President, magkakampi tayo pagdating po sa West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, Mr. President. The chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the Honorable Tulfo, asked for a ceasefire. And I can see his two hats. As a senator, gusto niyang sagutin in the strongest manner the Chinese ambassador and embassy. But as the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, he has to have another hat, which is to look at the economic, the cultural, the tourism, other things, Mr. President. So, hindi to pabilisan na mapasa ngayon because rest back nga ito ng Senado eh. So, if it was an argument between Senator Risa, Senator Kiko, and the Chinese embassy, but if it's an argument between the Senate and the Chinese embassy, this escalates it, Mr. President. That's why I'm a little bit cautious on that. So if I have an argument, let's say, with the embassy of Israel or with Iran, same example, puno ng mangga, nag-aaway kami ni Senator Majority Leader, no? And kampi siya sa kanya yung isang gobyerno at nag-away kami. Once I file the resolution, Mr. President, mabigat kahit na ito'y tinatawag lang na sense of the Senate. It's the Senate as an institution eh. So now the Chinese embassy has to deal with that all the way up their chain to the foreign minister, to the member of Politburo in charge of foreign affairs, to the president. So if the Chinese government does the same, it doesn't end to our ambassador. It goes to our foreign secretary. It goes to President Bongbong. So that's the reality there, Mr. President. But I don't intend to delay this I intend to exhaust the discussion, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we understand the point raised by the good minority leader, except that, like I said, this has been postponed upon the request of this good senator 3 times already. So that's why I hope he understands when I am appealing to him that hindi natin minamadali ito. Kung minadali natin ito, dapat hindi 3 postponement na pumayag tayo. In good faith, Mr. President.
Mr. President, iba lang definition namin minamadali kasi kung may hearing to, mas tatagal pero malalim ang discussion natin. Having said that, I understand where the senator is coming from dahil siya po ang may kasagutan. No?
Thank you, Mr.
Can I go
President.
to the point of the whereas clause that talks about the official duties and functions, no? So is it the official duty of Commodore Tariela to come out with a caricature against the Chinese president?
May we know what whereas clause you're pertaining to? What number in the first page?
The second one, Mr. President, the Philippine officials, including members, Senate, House, and other government, made pronouncements on matters affecting national security, maritime interest in the lawful performance of their official duties and functions. So, Mr. President, I've monitored yung kay SND, sa DND. I agree with some. Some iba may question, kulang ko sa info. So, hindi ko na tinanong yon. And when SND speaks, he's the alter ego of the President. But when Commodore Tariela speaks, I want to know, is that for the task force? Is that for DFA? Is that for the Office of the President? Or is that for the Coast Guard? Because, Mr. President, official duties and functions, yun precisely ang tanong parate sa Department of Ministries of Foreign Affairs, kung official o hindi. And usually we answer. So eto bang mga caricatures na to ay kay Commodore Tariela lang? Or eto ba yung official policy natin?
Yes, Mr. President, my understanding is the statement issued and the caricature that was presented was undertaken during a Track 2 event in St. Benilde's. Track 2 would be a informal academic discussion, Mr. President. So, in that sense, Mr. President, we see no reason why that should have been avoided, Mr.
No,
President.
Mr.
It's an
President.
informal academic discussion, Mr. President.
Sir President, when you're a general, Commodore, wearing your uniform, hindi po track 2 or 1.5 yon. Tatanungin ka talaga ng embassy. So kung meron general sa China na pumunta sa Harvard University or sa University of Tokyo or kahit anong university sa China at may caricature ni President Bongbong, hindi pwedeng ang sagot track 2 yon. Ang tanong, was that official or not? Diba? So sumagot na si Commodore Tariela, I will follow the President. The President has exercised patience and decorum despite standing up for the territory of our country. It's very important that we make it clear here. So if my staff, who is a member of the Senate, goes to a track 2, tapos may caricature siya ng kahit sino sa mga senador dito, papagalitan ko siya at sasabihin ko, subject ka ng Ethics Committee. Lalo kung naka-uniform siya at nakalagay Senate of the Philippines or Office of Senator Alan. I cannot answer you na this is democracy, Mr. President. Kasi may rules tayo eh. And they're representing the Senate. Now, if on their off time, they attend the rally for pro or anti-divorce, for example, no? Siguro pwede nating sabihin yan ay hindi official ng Senate, pwede. Pero pag nagsalita siya sa stand, tapos meron siyang caricature nung lahat ng senador na anti o pro-divorce, tapos naka-office of Alan Peter Cayetano, subject siya sa Ethics Committee natin, Mr. President. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin track 2 yun. No? So, we
Well,
can...
apart from that, Mr. President, if I may add, after that statement was released, Malacanang issued a statement, and Malacanang did not reject, did not castigate, did not rebuke Commodore Tariela. So I will take it as that, Mr. President, na nagsalita ng Malacanang about the issue, and there was no condemnation or rebuke by Malacanang of the statement of Commodore Tariela. So I will take it as that, Mr. President. It is not, it is official, and Malacanang tacitly, impliedly, did not reject it, Mr. President. So we take it as official.
Sir President,
And if the good senator disagrees with it, as China disagrees with it, then that's he's free to do so, Mr. President. But Malacanang has spoken, and the Commodore Tariela, Malacanang has the president has supervision and control over members of the Coast Guard, including Commodore Tariela. If he found it objectionable, then maybe the course of action is for Malacanang, the Office of the President, to file the necessary administrative cases. Wala naman eh. Ang nagrereklamo yung China.
Mr. President,
Walang reklamo ang Office of the President o ang Coast Guard, Mr. President. Ang China ang nagrereklamo.
Sir President, may I respond?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Mr. President, the Filipino people ayaw ng bastos. Pwede tayo mag-disagree, pero follow the proper order and decorum. And being a former Secretary of Foreign Affairs, ang trabaho ng DFA, hindi nga zero-sum game. Magkakampi tayo, walang question pagdating sa territory sovereignty. Nagkakaiba tayo ng approach, pero sana magkaisa tayo na pag mali ang ginawa ng isang empleyado, ay mali. Kasi nga maraming nanonood sa atin ngayon. So kung bukas maraming lalabas na meme, democracy yon. Pero kung staff mismo natin ang magmi-meme sa atin at dito sa session hall, tapos sasabihin natin, pwedeng gawin ng general, pwedeng gawin ng staff, mabigat po yon. Look at the official statement of DFA. At the same time, while the Philippine values debate on our difference in national position, the department recognizes the need for sober, professional, and respectful exchanges in the public sphere. Such is not contradictory to national interest. Siyempre po, Mr. President, hindi pwedeng pangunahan ng DFA ang presidente. Alter ego lang yun, dinatanggal yun.
Exactly.
Pero hindi exactly, Mr. President. Nanginginig ngayon, nagkri-cringe ang mga taga-DFA kung sasabihin natin track 2 yan o track 1.5 at nagkri-cringe sila pag sinabing ang general ay pwedeng mag-caricature ng leader or flag ng ibang bansa. Because we are part of the United Nations. We are part of the civilized society. Hindi tayo fraternity na rumble na kahit anong gawin ng ating kasama pag mali. Sa resolution na to nakalagay dyan, performance of their official duties. Bakit napakahirap nating sagutin kung official to o hindi? At
Mr.
kung mali,
President, if I
Mr.
may.
President, may I finish? I
Kasi-
allow the gentleman
kasi
to finish.
sasagutin ko na yung point niya.
You can answer after me. That is the
Okay.
decorum here. Do you want to see a meme? Oh, di ba? So, yun nga ang wala tayong bastusan. We follow the decorum, we follow the proper order. But ang sagot parate, China ang umaangal dyan. Wala po tayong angal sa ginagawa ni Commodore Tariela pagdating sa ating national territory. Wala tayong angal po sa ginagawa niyang information campaign. Wala po tayong angal sa pag-build ng Coast Guard, sa pag-aangal sa mga nangyayari tungkol sa skirmishes with the Chinese Coast Guard, no? Mr. President, sa Philippine News Agency, January 29, when asked about the President's stance on the West Philippine Sea issue, Yuse Claire Castro said, BBM wants the government to remain firm but in a diplomatic manner. Hindi po diplomatic. Mr. President, Senator Soto knows this. I've been at his side many, many times, but I've been in his face on the opposite side. When I was minority leader, siya majority leader. This is the first time I had the pleasure na siya ang Senate President ko because I was not in the Senate noon. But never ako binastos ng staff niyo, Senator. Even dito sa mga rumors, etc., pag lumapit ako sa opisina niyo, very diplomatic ang inyong opisina. And I hope my staff din. Sinabi ko rin sa staff ko yun, kahit anong away namin ng mga senador, hindi kayo pwedeng makialam. Nung nagsuguran kami ni Majority Leader, Sergeant at Arms at kapwa senador lang dito, walang sumugod na staff ni Senator Mix, walang sumugod na staff ko. Because may tamang order, Mr. President. So ang problema, maraming nanonood sa atin, bakit ba napakahirap sabihin na Commodore Tariela, 99.9% ng ginagawa mo, tama. Pero medyo sumobre. Medyo naging over-eager ka. Hindi lang si President Xi yun simbolo ng China yun. Di ba? So yes, we're mad about their propaganda, we're mad about their threats, we're mad about what's happening, etc. But you don't want it to be an all-out debate about everything under the sun. You want talks on tourism. You want talks on OFWs. There's also hundreds of thousands of Filipinos in Hong Kong, in Macau, and kahit undocumented, marami din sa Shanghai, meron din sa Beijing. Di ba? So, we want that level of civility. Yun lang naman ang tinatanong eh. Can the Senate not condemn those who are to be condemned because mali kung paano kausapin, ituring, ipaglaban ang stand sa mga senador natin? Pero yung isa nating empleyado o kapwa-empleyado na Commodore sa Coast Guard, hindi ba natin pwedeng sabihin, Sir, we respect you, pero wag kang pupunta sa university na ka-uniforme, tapos ganyan ang presentation mo. Un-Filipino yun. Medyo masama ang dating.
Mr.
Yun
President,
lang naman issue doon,
yes,
Mr. President.
Just to place it on record, para klaro din sa mga nakikinig, walang banggit ni Commodore Tariela sa resolution. Wala. So, hindi ito tungkol kay Tariela. Kasi kung kay Tariela lang po tayo, medyo nalilihis dun sa mas malawig na usapin ng resolusyon. So walang pangalan ni Tariela, Commodore Tariela rito. Number one. Having said that, tinanong ang Malacanang at tungkol nga sa mga bitiw na salita ng mga opisyal. And I quote, when pressed whether the President stands by the statement of Philippine officials on the West Philippine issue, Castro said yes. So whatever our agencies are doing to fight for the interests of our country, that's what the President wants. And that's also what he has ordered. So if the President found Commodore Tariela's statement as unpalatable or unacceptable, then he should have said so. He did not. So having said that, again, I will reiterate, if he was wrong, then Malacanang should have castigated him and reprimanded him. Malacanang, in fact, supported the statements of the officials, official statements. So I think we should support Malacanang's position, and we should support this resolution, Mr. President.
Sir President, to reply to that, number one, Malacanang said na yung statements at stand ng bawat opisyal, lahat tayong question doon. Nagkakaisa tayo lahat. Lahat tayo nagsasabing atin to. Whether we mean atin to in terms of territory or whether we mean sovereign rights. Kung ang sinasabi ng gentleman from Pampanga, wala ang pangalan ni Commodore Tariela dito, so wag natin pag-usapan, ang problema po, mali ang argument niya kasi walang pangalan ni isa dito sa resolution na to. Di wala tayong pinag-uusapan kahit anong opisyal ng Pilipinas dito. You know, sabi niya,
Members of the House,
Mr. President,
members
I'm
of
not
the
yet
Senate.
finished. Please don't interrupt. Konting decorum lang tayo po. Di ba? Kasi maraming gagaya sa atin po dito. Ang nakalagay po dito, members of the Senate and the House and other government officials. Wala pong pangalan ang senador, wala pong pangalan ang congressman, pero meron other government officials. Hindi ba ho other si Commodore Tariela? That's why I was asking, when we talk about official duties and functions, linawin natin. So kung attending forums is part of his duty, I will support that. If his presentation is the Treaty of Paris, the amendments with the United States, the UNCLOS 1, 2, and 3, kung papakita niya yung arbitral award, kung papakita niya kung paano kinakawawa ang ating mga Coast Guard, then let's do it. If we have to inform our people more and be on TV programs, etc. Ang question, a picture paints 1,000 words. So, para mong sinabing wala ka namang tinawag na magnanakaw. Pero yung caricature mo, nagnanakaw siya. Sinabi mo, wala kang tinawag na corrupt. Pero yung picture na nilagay mo doon, corrupt. So, reciprocity is basic sa DFA, sa Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Whatever we say here, the United States is watching, France is watching, Israel is watching, Palestine is watching. So I don't want these countries to do a caricature of President BBM, and then sabihin nila, sabi naman nyo sa Senado, okay to eh. Di ba? That's why I'm clarifying. Official ba to? Hindi ba napakahirap sabihin ng hindi official yan? Kasi ang kasunod lang simple nun, wag siya mag-uniforme at wag siyang magpapakilala during that event na spokesman siya. Di ba? Ngayon, Mr. President, will his presentation be diluted in any manner if he didn't show that caricature? Hindi naman eh. Hindi naman. So, the gentleman keeps asking me about the other members of the House of Senate. Kung wala akong nakikita problema doon or hindi ko pa napag-aaralan yun, that's beside the point. Ang pinag-uusapan natin, what is all over the news, na minomonitor ng lahat ng ASEAN countries, minomonitor ng trade attaches nila, minomonitor ng labor attaches ng iba't ibang bansa para makita ang Pilipinas ba, ano ba values nito? Marunong ba to sa diplomatic, hindi lang niceties rules to and everything, Mr. President. That's why, kaya humaba yung discussion, simple lang ang tanong ko Official duty ba ng isang general maglabas ng caricature ng Pangulo ng ibang bansa? Kasi obvious ang sagot doon, hindi. Hindi sagot doon kung ano sabihin ng Malacanang. Maraming sinabi si Duterte na sinabi ng Congress before, mali yun. Di ba? Hindi naman natin sinagot dito sa Senate na basta't sinabi ni Duterte, tama. Basta't sinabi ni Arroyo, tama. Basta't sabihin ni Pinoy, tama. Hindi. Kaya nga may Senado May check and may balance. So pag yung isa sumobra, pag sumobra Supreme Court, may check. Pag sumobra Congress, may check. Pag sumobra ang executive, may check. Second, you have to look at the character, demeanor of not the office of the President, but the President himself. The President himself, hindi niya style to call out employees in public. Hindi niya style yun na ikaw tama, ikaw mali, di ba? But everyone knows na mali na tirahin mo yung Pangulo ng isang bansa with caricatures na naka-uniforme, general ka pa. So, can you imagine, Mr. President? I'll give you an example. Si President Trump at yung North Korean president. Kasagutan sila. They went to name calling. So tinawag ni President Trump na rocket man. Sumagot din si Kim Jong-un, no? Walang problema yun, Mr. President, kasi official yon. Kasi pag ginawa ng Pangulo yung international affairs, susunod na yon. So kung may mga opisyal ng gobyerno na sinunod si Trump at tinawag siyang rocket man, which I think the White House spokesperson, I'm not sure the Secretary of State if they followed, but then nung nagkaroon ng meeting sa Singapore at nagkamayan sila at umiba yung asta ni President Trump, he was still firm, he still drew the red line, but hindi na niya ina-Alaska ang Pangulo ng North Korea. You expect na everyone beneath him toes the line. Sa atin, nakita nyo naman po, kumakamay, lumapit ang Pangulo. Was that APEC or ASEAN, di ba? Just so that ma-communicate, may dispute tayo pero neighbors tayo. Di ba? Para ma-dispute, walang personalan to. For whatever purpose, I admired President Marcos for going near the Chinese president. And then may general ka, ganito nangyayari, tapos hindi kayang sabihin ng Senado, mali. So the gentleman from Pampanga expects the Senate to say na mali ang Chinese ambassador sa pakikisagutan kay Senator Risa sa kanya, pero wala tayong wherewithal, wala tayong pakialam, sabihin sa isang general, boss, mali ka naman kasi. So, hindi pwedeng pag senador, meron tayong immunity, mas mataas tayo sa iba, pag tayo tinira, rest back kagad ng Senate. Pero kapag ka-general, tama naman yung 99% niyang ginawa, kaya yung 1%, sabihin na lang natin, official din yon. Simple lang po tanong ko Is it in the performance of his official duty? Ang bigat po niyan kung sasabihin natin yes. It will ripple not only through our military, but it will ripple in time. it's being watched by students who will be our future diplomats, Mr. President. So I cannot stand here and accept na yung mali pwedeng maging tama. Again, Mr. President, if it is rhetoric, president to president, we're uncomfortable with it, but it's part of the negotiating. So President Trump does that a lot. But once na tumigil siya, once nakamayan na, tigil na rin lahat nung nasa ilalim niya. Hindi naman pwede ang sasabihin natin dito, ang mali ang presidente. Kasi siya, hindi niya binabastos ang Chinese president. So ang general ang tama, ang mali presidente. You cannot reconcile that. No, it defies logic, Mr. President. What the president does, the executive follows. Tayo sa legislative, pwede tayong mag-comment. Pwede tayong mag-resolution katulad para kung ano ang tama at mali. That's why, Mr. President, I want to know, sino-sinong official ba to? Sa Senate, sa House, sa interest nila. Kasi yung DND, medyo klaro yun. Nakita ko yung mga statements, etc. And yung DND, mismong si SND ang nagsasalita. So in behalf of the President yon. So kung gustong i-correct ng Presidente yon, i-correct niya. Hindi naman spokesman ng Presidente ang nakikipagdebate doon. Hindi naman spokesman ng DND. At sagutin man nila, sinabi na ni DND, yun din ang stand niya. Eto po, hindi. At yung DND po, despite my agreement or disagreement with the Secretary of National Defense, I haven't seen anyone in the DND come out with caricatures of generals of the opposing side or of the president of the other side. Our generals are officers and gentlemen. Is it too much to ask that yung pagiging officer and gentleman sa AFP, PNP, BJMP ay ganun din sa Coast Guard natin? Is it too much to ask a gentleman from Pampanga? Masyado bang malaking ask yon na, boss, paglaban mo Pilipinas pero wag tayong bastusan?
Well, because the gentleman from Taguig finds it unacceptable, Mr. President, and therefore that is his position. We do not find that unacceptable, Mr. President, under the circumstances, particularly because China, for the longest time, has been aggressively, illegally encroaching on what is ours. So if these statements are taken in isolation, perhaps I might be able to understand where the good gentleman is coming from, but it's not taken in isolation. It's not just Commodore Tariela's statement. It is and the remarks of the Chinese embassy towards and reaction to his statement. It's also what the Chinese embassy has attacked the senators, congressmen, Mr. President. And if I may add again, this is not just an issue of Commodore Tariela. Let's not minimize the issue. We beg to disagree, and with all due respect, putting the issue simply as Commodore Tariela and his actions is minimizing the issue. And somehow, who benefits from minimizing this issue? China, Mr. President. The good senator may not be his intention, but Mr. President, from this point, from this perspective, from this representation's perspective, minimizing the issue, disregarding or taking it in isolation, and isolating Tariela's actions from the insults and the unparliamentary language of the embassy, threatening our men in uniform, Mr. President. Parang biglang hindi na pinag-uusapan lahat ng mga pang-iinsulto, pananakot ng China dahil andito tayo naipit sa pagdepensa ni Commodore Tariela at kanyang mga kilos. I hope the good senator gets a broader or looks at it in a broader perspective, Mr. President.
Mr. President, sino ho nagmi-minimize? Siya po ang nagmamadali. Ayaw niya mag-hearing. Kung magkakaroon ho ng hearing, lahat ho ng issues, yung sinabi ng DND, yung ginagawa po sa Ayungin or sa BP Sierra Madre, yung pong ginawa po sa Scarborough Shoal, Aquino administration, Duterte administration, Marcos administration, yung pong hinanakit ng ating mga Coast Guard sa nangyayari sa kanilang araw-araw, sa mga nasa Pag-asa Island po, sa kakulangan po ng pondo. Lahat po yun madidiscuss natin. Paulit-ulit po ang gentleman from Pampanga na parang ako may kasalanan na pinag-uusapan po si Senator Tariela, tinamad po sila na ilagay ang mga pangalan ng mga opisyal na sinasabi nila sa resolusyon. Kaya malinaw naman ang tanong ko, sino-sino tong mga opisyal? Ang alam ko lang si Commodore Tariela. Tapos sasabihan niya ako, I'm minimizing. Tapos babasahan niya ako ng paano mga taga-DND, paano mga, para bang hindi ko sila kinakampihan. Bulok na yung style na yan eh. Yan yung style na pro-China, anti-China, pro-Philippines, anti-Philippines, no? Paulit-ulit na tayo dito, magkakampi tayo pagdating sa territory ng ating bansa. Magkakampi tayo pagdating sa sovereign rights ng ating bansa. May I ask this question? When the military decided to pave the way, to build a runway sa Pag-asa Island, was there any objection by any department in our country at that time?
Well, Mr. President, with all due respect, Mr. President, I think we have exhausted.
Mr. President,
this
do we
debate.
have closure here?
No, Mr. President, but I
Mr.
no
President,
longer would like to.
No, on one hand, Mr. President,
respond
sabi niya,
to further
miniminize ko.
questions, Mr.
Nung nagtatanong naman ako ng ibang opisyal, ayaw naman sagutin. Sino nagmi-minimize?
Mr. President, I have the floor.
The
I have the
question-
floor. Mr. President, point of order. I have the floor, and I would like to manifest that we believe this has been exhausted. For 2 weeks, Mr. President, we have debated this, and I think we have ventilated the issue enough, and it is time for a vote, Mr. President. I will no longer yield to questions, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before that, can I just reiterate my question?
Go ahead.
Kung hindi niya sasagutin, imamanifest ko lang yung sagot sa sarili kong tanong. Ang tanong ko po sa kanya, nung sinabi ng military, ganyan na nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea, lagyan na natin ng runway, ayusin na natin ang Pag-asa. Meron ba pong mga opisyalis ng kahit anong departamento sa ating bansa na registered a negative vote and advised the military not to do it? If the good senator doesn't want to answer that, I will answer it. Mga taga-DFA. Ang sabi ng mga taga-DFA, during the time, this was the time of President Aquino, it will weaken our case. Because precisely, the rocks, the features that are being reclaimed, etc., malakas ang kaso natin. Nasunod po yung military at tingin ko tama naman. But none of us told yung mga taga-DFA na pro-China kayo for having a different opinion. Diba? None of us. Why? Kasi iba trabaho ng DFA sa DND. Iba trabaho ng DND sa Coast Guard. So, Mr. President, dapat burahin na natin yung nagdi-discuss tayo ng maayos. Napikon ka sa statement ng iba, re-rest back ang senador. Buti nga, sinasagot kayo eh. Mas malaking insulto kung hindi kayo sinagot eh. Sinagot kayo, di magsagutan kayo, pero gusto nyo, buong Senado ang re-rest back nyo. Ako, kung may kadebate akong embassy, kami lang yun. Kung kailangan ko tulong ni Brother Robin or ni Senator Marcoleta, kakalabitin ko, tulungan. Pero hindi ako magfa-file ng resolution sa Senado para sa tulungan nyo kami, bugbog kami sa China. Tapos pagka hindi ka pumirma, pro-China ka. China lang ang lumalaki dito. Okay. We'll go to the corollary question there. I was going to ask the gentleman, ano ang ilan responsibilities natin under UNCLOS? Will the gentleman answer that or will I answer myself? So since the gentleman will not answer that, I will answer it myself, Mr. President. So under our maritime entitlements, meron din responsibilities doon. For example, Mr. President, managing our maritime resources. So walang problema yung non-life, for example, natural gas, di ba? Siyempre yung ecological balance lang dyan. Pero let's say fish, let's say yung mga coral reef, trabaho ng Coast Guard siguraduhin na walang nagda-damage niyan. So kung ang Coast Guard natin at Coast Guard ng China ay nag-aaway parate, mahirapan silang dalawa. na i-enforce ang mga restriction na nakakasira ng ating environment. That's why, in the past administration, everyone was allowed to speak except the Coast Guard because of the next responsibility, the prevention of life and there's a official term doon, but since walang taga-ano dito, prevention of loss of life and so may official term yan, Mr. President. Ang punto nun, kapag ka may barko halimbawa na lumulubog o nabangga o tinamaan ng bagyo, you cannot say no. You have to help. Diba? Magtutulungan kayo. So kung ang Coast Guard ng China at Coast Guard ng Pilipinas ay hindi magkasundo, kawawa yung ating fishermen. That's why unanimous yung ating resolution about water cannon. Our diplomats have been telling China the same thing. Mag-away yung iba pero wag yung Coast Guard natin. Kasi kung may fisherman ka rin na Chinese at may kailangan yan, tutulungan din ng Pinoy yun. Wala nang nationality pagkabuhay na. Di ba? So, two sides eh. On one side, we are advocating umayos naman yung Chinese Coast Guard. Pero kung papayagan natin, yung spokesman ng Coast Guard naman natin ang mambastos, hindi mangyayari to. So anyway, Mr. President, marami pa akong gusto sabihin, but siguro dahil may LEDAC tayo tomorrow, maraming importante. Ang question ko lang, Mr. President, paano yung amendments? Hindi ba natin ilalagay kung anong mga statement na to? Kasi paano natin pagbobotohan kung hindi natin alam kung ano yung mga statement na to at sino tong mga opisyal? This resolution is so general.
Mr.
It
President,
can mean anything. Mr. President, I'm not yet finished. You said you don't want to speak anymore, then don't speak. It's your privilege. But if you don't like what I'm saying, Mr. President, no,
Will you please
tapos na ako eh.
Point of
Tapos na
order,
ako.
Mr.
Please
President.
address the chair. Do not address
I'm sorry for that, Mr.
President.
President.
Yes, Mr.
I'm sorry for that, Mr. President.
We move to strike off the record the...
I withdraw that statement, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President.
I apologize for that.
All right, the statement is
Yes.
withdrawn. Perhaps what we can do is that let us then terminate the period of interpellation and open the period of amendment so that we can incorporate the amendments proposed if the sponsor will
moved.
accept or not.
I agree with you, Mr. President.
Jordi.
No objection.
So move, Mr.
Yeah.
President. No objection.
Majority Leader.
Yes, but before we do that, Mr. President, there was a internal agreement between Senator Marcoleta and Senator Kiko Pangilinan to allow him to just give a brief manifestation before we act on the resolution.
Yes, but you can already close the period of interpellation and manifestation before the amendment so that
I'm
we
so
can
moved, Mr.
facilitate.
President, the period of interpellations be closed.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, period of interpellation is closed.
May we recognize very quickly for manifestation Senator Rodante Marcoleta.
Senator Dante Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gusto ko lang pong magpaliwanag sa mga ilang bagay dahil sa humaba po yung interpellation noon dahil sa isang napakaliit na issue lang na pinalaki po ng mga pangyayari. Nung panahon na ako po ay nag-interpellate, nagkaroon po ng misconception about the West Philippine Sea at saka yung ating exclusive economic zone. Kumbaga po sa pagluluto natin, Mr. Chair, ang nangyari po, nagluluto po tayo ng simpleng ulam lang, naging chapsuy po. At nung maging chapsuy po, lalo pa pong lumaki sapagkat meron pa pong napakaraming mga tao ang sumausaw at naglagay po ng seasoning. Isa po sa taong sumausaw sa issue, Mr. President, yung dating Justice ng Korte Suprema, si Justice Carpio, at saka yung isang profesor yata ng Universidad ng Pilipinas, nangangalang J. Batong Bakal. Napakasimple po ng gusto ko lamang pong matukoy noon, Mr. President, na dahil nga po sa mga batas na ginawa natin, nung dinidefine natin ang West Philippine Sea, isinama po natin yung Kalayaan Island Group. Sinasabi ko lamang po na kaya tayo nagkaroon ng matinding hindi pagkakaunawaan, marami po kasing sektor na nagsabi na ba't nyo pa pag-uusapan yung West Philippine Sea? Nanalo na tayo sa arbitral tribunal at na-define na nga ang ating exclusive economic zone. So ang nangyari po, akala nila yung exclusive economic zone, siya na rin yung West Philippine Sea, hindi po. Napakadali pong i-define ang ating exclusive economic zone kung paano nating madidefine din ang ating territorial sea at ang ating contiguous zone, even our continental shelf at ang ating territorial sea, sapagkat magsisimula nga po doon sa archipelagic baselines. Ang nagiging problema po, pinipilit nila na yung West Philippine Sea kagaya na rin ng EEZ. Hindi po. Nung isama po yung Kalayaan Island Group, nakalimutan po nila na yung ibang features na sinasakop po ng ating bansa, halimbawa po yung pag-asa, yung parola, yung kota, yung lankyam, ito po ay 200 nautical miles away from the baseline, ay from the EEZ. Kaya nasa labas po sila. Alam po nyo, Mr. President, nung nagkaroon po tayo ng hearing sa CA, tinangka ko pong itanong sa ating ilang mga miyembro ng armed forces na nandoon, 35 po sila, Mr. President. Nalungkot po ako nung malaman ko sa sagot nila, hindi pala nila alam na yung ating mga occupied territories sa KIG ay nasa labas po ng ating exclusive economic zone. Ito po yung mga official po ng ating armed forces, Mr. President. Nakalulungkot po sapagkat ano po ang ipagtatanggol nila kung hindi naman po nila alam pala kung nasaan po yung mga isla na ating pong sinasakupan. Napakahalaga po noon na Mr. President, bagamat ang usapan doon ay teritoryo, dahil sa definition po ng ating West Philippine Sea, ang importante po doon ay yung karagatang sinasakupan natin. Kung isasama po natin ang West Philippine Sea, Mr. President, ang gusto ng Pilipinas kasi, ituring po yung mga features sa Spratlys na isang grupo lamang ng mga isla. Yung tinatawag po nilang offshore archipelago. Ang sabi po ng arbitral tribunal, Mr. President, hindi po ninyo magagawa yan, sabi niya, sa Pilipinas. Tama na kayo po ay isang archipelagic nation, ngunit hindi nyo magagawa yan sapagkat you will not be able to meet the requirements of land and water ratio. Kung di po ako nagkakali, Mr. President, ang ratio po is 1 to about 9.135, something like that. Ibig sabihin po, meron pong standard na pagitan po kasi ng baselines kung saan mo ikakapit yung baseline. Kasi magkakalayo po sila eh. Lalong-lalo na po doon sa mga ibang features, Mr. President, na hindi okupado ng Pilipinas. Ang dami po nun. Ang okupado lamang po ay 4. Napakarami po ng hindi natin occupied. Ngunit, mini-maintain po natin ang ating claim doon. Ano po ang pinaka-imposible doon, Mr. President? Hindi po natin pwede silang isali yung karagatan arising from this maritime features in the Kalayaan Island Group dahil lalabag po tayo sa dalawang aspeto. Number 1, yung UNCLOS po, hindi tayo papayagan. Kasi po, yung Article 7 po ng UNCLOS, Mr. President, ito po yung tinatawag na straight baselines. Mababiolate po yun kapag kinonect po natin yung features outside our EEC ng mga straight lines dahil yung straight baselines po natin magde-depart po sa appreciable part ng ating yung general direction ng ating coast. Yun po yung sinasabi ng Article 7. Dahil po kasi sa layo nila, more than 200 nautical miles from our EEC. Pagkatapos po yung Article 47, Mr. President, ito po yung archipelagic baselines. Mababiolate po, ito po yung sinasabi nating ratio of water to land. dahil nga po hindi pinapayagang dapat magkakalayo yung features at may encircle mo sila to treat them as one group of islands. Hindi sila pwedeng i-classify na isang unit lamang para lang mag-generate ng sarili nilang maritime space. Ngayon, ito po yung nangyari. Dahil imposible po, dahil nga sa Article 89 naman po ng UNCLOS din, Mr. President, hindi po natin pwedeng i-appropriate ang high seas. Nakalagay po talaga. Yung mga features po na malalayo sa ating exclusive economic zone, Mr. President, ang layo na po nasa high seas na. Sa layo nila sa bawat isa, they are also separated by high seas. Kapag kinunek po natin mula dun sa ating exclusive economic zone, ma-appropriate po natin ang high seas, mababiolate po natin ang 3 artikulo ng UNCLOS. Pati po yung tribunal ay inconsistent na rin po yung tayo natin. Sinabi rin po niya sa China yun eh. Maski na ikaw China, sabi niya, you cannot regard this prat list as one group of islands or to regard it as one unit dahil hindi ka naman archipelagic country. China, sabi niya, ikaw ay isang continental state. So kapwa po tayo pinagbawalan. Ano po ang aking gustong palabasin dito, Mr. President? Hindi po natin pwedeng saklawin yung KIG. Pero liliwanagin ko po, yung KIG, atin po yun eh. Ang pinag-uusapan natin, land features, teritoryo po yun, Mr. President. Ibang bagay yun. Hindi ko po sinasabang hindi atin yun. Ngunit dahil ang pinag-uusapan natin, West Philippine Sea, yung katubigan natin, imposible pong i-connect natin yung ating exclusive economic zone at ituloy po natin doon sa territorial sea na generate po ng napakaraming features. Magkakamali po tayo, yun ang pinagbabawalan tayo. Ngayon, bakit po nung nag-hearing tayo sa CA, paano ko po nasabi na imposible yun kako doon sa representative po ng Armed Forces, mahihirapan po kayo, imposible, dahil malalabag po natin ang napakaraming artikulo ng UNCLOS. Hindi po natin mai-enclose, hindi po natin makokonek yung territorial seas nung napakaraming features na yon na ating ino-occupy, magkakamali po tayo at baka sakali, kung gusto nyong gawin, we cannot do that unless, sabi ko, we give up our itong KIG. Hindi ko po sinasabi na i-give up natin. I am only trying to reinforce the argument na hindi at imposible nating gawin. Sapagkat atin yung teritoryo, pero sa tubig, hindi po natin pwedeng itagos yung mga baselines dahil magkakasala tayo at lalabag po tayo sa UNCLOS mismo. Ang dami po ngayong mga gumagawa ng kung ano-anong salita. Sumama na nga po yung napakaraming tao na sinasabi ko ro, i-give up natin ang KIG. Mr. President, kahit kailan hindi ko sinabi yun. Teritoryo po yun, land features po yun, hindi sakop po ng arbitral tribunal. Ang sinasakop lang po ng tribunal, yung tubig po. Kaya lang magkaintindihan tayo. Hindi ko sinasabing hindi atin yon. Teritoryo na natin yon dahil occupied na po natin yon. Ngunit ang pinag-uusapan lang po, yung tubig nila, hindi natin pwedeng i-connect doon sa ating exclusive economic zone. Kasalanan po yun. Mali po yun. Kaya yung nagsasabi po na, ayun po, dahil ina-advocate ko rin po na i-give up natin. Saan naman po kayo nakakita ng ganun, Mr. President? Ang dami pang AIs ngayon. Nabanggit na rin po kanina. Senador po kami daw. Kami po ay mga traidor. Paano po bang magiging traidor ang isang tao? Nililinaw lang po ang basihan na sinasabi natin kung gusto nating magkaroon ng West Philippine Sea o di makiusap tayo. Siguro, pag-usapan natin sa pamamagitan ng United Nations na pwede po ba namin gamitin yung ilang mapa na idodrawing namin at kung inaakala po ninyong mahaba po yung pagitan, nakakita po kami ng maliliit na isla na pwede namin pagpatungan at yung pong land-to-water ratio, maaari po namin magawa ng paraan. Ganun po siguro, pero hindi yung automatic po tatagos tayo sa mga ganong klaseng batuhan, ipipilit po natin. Hanggang sa ngayon po, Mr. President, kaya hindi ma-define ng West Philippine Sea. At sabi ko nga po, hanggang ngayon ay walang ginagawang mapa, kahit nasabihin pa nilang merong mapa, hindi po totoo yun. Mr. President, kahit ngayon pwede po ninyong konsultahin yung tinatawag nilang DUALOS, Mr. President. Ito po yung Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea na nasa opisina ng United Nations. Wala pong nasasubmit ang NAMRIA. 14 years ago, inorderan na po silang mag-submit. Bakit hindi po sila makapag-submit? Dahil sa hirap nga po nito. Hindi po pwedeng i-connect, Mr. President. Yun lamang po. Kaya, wag po nilang ipipilit na ako po ay traidor o kaya pro-China. Hindi po. Mr. President, naghahanap lang po tayo ng katarungan at katwiran dito. Kailangan maabisuhan po natin ang Coast Guard na kung ano man ang kanilang pinagsasabi rito, nagkakamali po kayo sapagkat wala pa pong West Philippines, wala pa po tayong mapa. Ang West Philippine Sea, nagkakaintindihan pa tayo, gusto nating gawin, gusto nating i-drawing, pero pagsikapan po natin kung paano natin talaga i-drawing sa harap ng napakaraming legal impediments na nakaharap sa atin. Yun po yung gusto kong linawin, Mr. President. Ngayon, kaugnay po dun sa pagbobotohan natin ngayon. Kagaya po na sinabi ni Senator Cayetano, Mr. President, talagang ako po nagtataka, ikukondem po natin ang public statements ng China na hindi ko po nakikita alin-alin po yung mga public statements para po tayong napunta sa eleksyon, mag-i-elect po tayo, pero wala pong kandidato, paano po tayong boboto? Yun po yung pinaka-problema natin. Yung pong Coast Guard, Mr. President, binasa ko po yung kanilang mga kapangyarihan, yung powers and functions of the Coast Guard. Hindi po nagkakamali, nasa 17 functions and powers. Ni isa doon, wala po akong makita, Mr. President, na pwedeng gawin ng isang spokesperson, nagagawa siya ng ganun, pupunta siya sa isang eskwela, magdi-discuss siya doon at sasabihin niya, bully ang presidente ng China at gagawa siya ng caricature. Wala po sa functions eh. Paano po ngayon natin bibigyan ng encouragement na pagbobotohan natin, ididepensa po natin yung paraan na ganun. Tayo po ay nagkakaisa na kailangan po natin ilaban ng sa atin. Nasabi na po yan kanina ni Senator Alan. Ngunit yung pamamaraan po ang problema eh. Ngayon, gusto kong bumoto sana kung halimbawa Manila ang pinag-uusapan natin. Ngunit kung boboto tayo nang dahil sa pinag-aawayan natin, nagmula po sa isang salita o pamamaraan ng isang spokesman ng Coast Guard at doon nga po ang pinagmula ng maanghang na salita at ngayon nga po ay nakukompromiso na tayo at pagbobotohan natin, susuportahan natin yung ganung pamamaraan, baka lalo po tayong magkamali eh. Mr. President, tayo pong mga Pilipino, merong kasabihan eh. Kapag binato ka pag pinukol ka ng bato, batuhin mo ng tinapay. Yun po yung kulturang Pilipino, Mr. President. Ngayon po, maski sa Biblia po may sinasabi, kapag yung bulag, inakay niya ay kapwa bulag, wala po silang kapupuntahan, Mr. President. Naghahanap po tayo rito ng clarity. Ano po ang nangyari? Sa paghanap ko ng clarity, sa paghanap ko ng sagot, para suportahan natin ang West Philippine Sea, ang inaani ko pa po ay parang ako po ay maka-China. Hindi po. Hindi po. Sana po ipatawag natin ang NAMRIA. Para sa ganun, itanong natin sa kanya, bakit sinabihan ka na in 2012 sa pamagitan ng Administrative Order Number 29. 14 years ago, sinabihan ka na in consultation with the DFA na i-prepare mo na yung mga mapa. Bakit hanggang ngayon ay wala pa? So, imbes na ipatawag po natin ang NAMRIA, ang gagawin po natin ay boboto tayo sa mga public pronouncements ng China para po yatang parang parang may problema doon na Mr. President. Imbes na ipatawag natin yung mga taong dapat gumawa ng mapa sapagkat gusto ko rin pong malaman kung paano nila gagawin ang mapa. Sa akin po kasing palagay, imposible silang makagawa ng mapa dahil nga magbabiolate tayo sa napakarami po na artikulo ng UNCLOS at lalabagin po natin yung arbitral award na ating isang pinagbabasihan. So, Mr. President, magtatapos ako sa isang pananalita na lang, Mr. President. Sa aking palagay po, ang isang pagkakamali ay hindi po may tutuwid ng isang pagkakamali. Hindi po natin magagawa yung gusto nating gawin para kausapin natin ang China sa maliing pamamaraan. At kung pamali po ang paraan, wala po tayong magagawang mabuti, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move to open the period of amendment on resolution number 256 and recognize the sponsor for his amendments.
Period of amendments open. Senator Pangilinan is recognized for the period of amendments.
Move to include as attachments the following statements to the resolution, Mr. President. The following statements, public statements issued by the Chinese embassy officials, as well as the DFA statement, the D&D statement, and a number of other statements, Mr. President. We will begin with the statement of the D&D. I will, it was Mr. President, if I may be allowed, I will just quote a number of, but the actual statement will be attached as a,
Yes,
as annexed.
we do not practice to attach. What we need to do would be this will be a motion subject to style in part
Subject to
part
style.
of the resolution, incorporated into the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, go ahead. You may proceed.
Statement of the DND, ASEC Arsenio R. Andolong. Oh, before that, maybe the statement of China, the Chinese embassy. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson strongly condemns J. Tariela's smears and attacks against Chinese leader. January 19, a spokesperson of the Philippine Coast Guard has maliciously spread disinformation on China and wantonly smeared China's image. China strongly condemns this and has lodged strong protests with the Philippine side. Certain Philippine uniformed service members, driven by personal political motives, have repeatedly made outrageous and absurd statements in a habit of inciting confrontation. Such behavior is despicable. A word of advice to relevant individuals in the Philippines: immediately stop making provocations and stop confusing right and wrong, or they would pay the price for what they did. For the record, Mr. President. We will now place on record the statement of the Coast Guard.
That would be included in a whereas. Whereas
Yes.
the embassy is here quoted blank. Mhm.
Yes.
All right, proceed.
And then the statement of the DND. And I will just quote it, but I will submit the actual statement, Mr. President. The Department of National Defense and the Armed Forces of the Philippines strongly condemn such an affront to any of its members and reiterates that it shall not be cowed by any official of the PROC, whether in their homeland or as guests here. And we shall continue to speak against their lies and malign actions when such are committed.
Pwedeng another whereas yan.
Yes. The statement mentioned proves the unflinching and twisted attempt by the PROC to spread distorted narratives and to continue with its ineffective and distasteful campaign to bully smaller countries, Mr. President. So, again, another whereas, and we will...
Subject to style, another whereas.
Thank you, Mr.
Proceed.
President. In this case, the statement of the Chinese Embassy in the Philippines, to Senator Ontiveros, this is dated 21 January, in response to Senator Ontiveros' statement, binabastos na ng China ang ating karagatan, binabastos pa ang mga opisyal natin. We must not allow the Chinese embassy or any embassy for that matter to disrespect public servants who are simply defending what is rightfully ours. Chinese embassy the following day to Senator Ontiveros, sino ang nambabastos? Mr. J. Tariela went to a university, attacked and smeared Chinese leader in front of young students, and then publicly posted images. Your logic is simply very ridiculous. You seem to believe that you're free to attack and smear others while denying them. This is referring to Senator Ontiveros, the right to respond or defend their legitimate interests. Let me be clear, we do have that right. We may not be able to stop people like Tariela and you from spreading falsehoods, but as an embassy, we have every legitimate right to defend ourselves, tell the truth, present the basic facts, and ensure the public clearly understands China's position. For the record, Mr. President.
Yes, perhaps we can we can edit that to incorporate the message in another whereas, subject to style.
In another whereas, or perhaps, Mr. President, subject to style, a footnote may likewise be accommodated.
Yes.
Another statement, Mr. President, by the Chinese Embassy, Representative Jokno, your logic is fundamentally erroneous, and so forth and so on. And then on January, Congresswoman, this is also the statement of the Chinese Embassy. Congresswoman De Lima released a statement that branded China's position on the South China Sea as Orwellian doublespeak and falsely accused the Chinese Embassy of spreading lies about China's aggression in the West Philippine Sea and targeting Philippine officials for doing their job in calling out said aggression. Mr. President, again, subject to style, we will include that statement. And then this one, Mr. President, Chinese Embassy, January 20, your accusation, this is referring to Senator Jokno's statement. Your accusation, of Senator Ontiveros, I'm sorry. Your accusation of China gaslighting the Philippines public is baseless. China is simply sharing the facts and telling the truth. Calling this gaslighting is just a distraction. Laying out facts isn't gaslighting. Ignoring inconvenient truths and selling falsehoods. That's common sense, Mr. President. There are a number of other statements, Mr. President. May we have a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended. Perhaps you can concise the rest.
Yes, Mr. President. This is in response to a statement that this representation made, Mr. President. And the response was, Deputy Spokesperson of the Chinese Embassy Guo Wei, and he quotes in response to what I said publicly, the rather limited scope of your knowledge does not require the attention of the embassy spokesperson. The deputy spokesperson is more than sufficient. With a surprising lack of understanding of international law and even the most basic diplomatic norms and etiquette, the good senator, referring to this representation, pointed fingers at the embassy, Chinese embassy, claiming that you insult us by having an underling lecture us on the matters of foreign relations. Chinese embassy did not insult you. You embarrassed yourself. For the record, Mr. President. Anyway, Mr. President, we will submit this. And one more, Mr. President. This is in response to Senator Erwin Tulfo. Deputy Spokesperson Guo Wei, you have the freedom to attack others. We also have the right to defend ourselves and push back. Freedom of speech, after all, Mr. Senator, if you don't understand diplomacy or the role of foreign embassies, you might want to think twice before commenting. Or at the very least, take time to understand what are the public exchanges really, bold letters, about. Otherwise, you risk becoming a source of ridicule, Mr. President. So this is a number of the statements that we have now introduced as amendments subject to style, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you.
Majority
Leader.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President, with that period, close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
With that, Mr. President, I move to approve or adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 256. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. PS Resolution 256 is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Subject to style.
Subject to style. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority
Thank you very
Leader.
much.
Thank you
Mr.
to our
President.
colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I ask for minute suspension? Mr.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 155 under Committee Report number 8. I so move, Mr. President.
Senate Bill
Number 155.
155.
Yes, sir.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill 155 under Committee Report Number 8 is in order.
This is an act simplifying the documentary requirements for accessing government financial assistance and other purposes. May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President, Senator Erwin Tulfo, and for his proposed amendments, Mr. President.
What is the parliamentary status of the measure, Mr. President?
We are in
Majority Leader.
the period of amendments, Mr. President.
Period of amendments. Senator Erwin Tulfo is recognized. This is the period of amendments as of January 28, 2026. Clean copy of January 28 for the record.
Mr. President, may I introduce my individual amendments based on the copy of Senate Bill number 155 as of January 28, 2026, wherein the committee amendments had already been incorporated. Here are my individual amendments. On page 1, line 2, on the short title of the bill, delete the phrase simplified government aid access and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase direkta at agad na lingap at interbensyon and the acronym in parenthesis DALI or DALI. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objections? Hearing none, amendments adopted.
Mr. President, on page 2, line 11 to 14, subparagraph 3, delete the phrase referral or endorsement letter issued by the city or municipal social welfare and development office or duly authorized local social worker, or I so move, Mr. President.
You want to delete. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted, deleted.
And on page 2, line 30 to 35, Mr. President, delete the entire provision of Section 5 and in lieu thereof, insert a new provision. Thus, Section 5 shall now read as follows. Section 5, streamline processing. All concerned government agencies shall process requests for assistance within the day, subject to availability of funds, provided that complete documentary requirements are submitted during official working hours. Requests submitted on weekends, holidays, or outside official working hours shall be processed on the following working day. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
On page 3, line 4, Mr. President, delete the phrase also known as the Anti-Red Tape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Line 4.
Page 3, line 4, Mr. President. The phrase also known as the Anti-Red Tape Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And on page 3, line 5, after the phrase Republic Act number 11032, insert the punctuation mark, comma, and the phrase otherwise known as the Ease of Doing Business and Efficient Government Service Delivery Act of 2018. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And those are my individual amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I just want to be clarified, Mr. President, if the amendments of Senator Legarda has already been inputted.
Mr. President, no, we haven't. On page 2, line 2,
Okay.
under section 4.
So may they proceed, Mr. President, on the amendments?
Yes, you may proceed. You're still in the period of amendments.
This is the individual amendment of Senator Lauren Legarda to delete the phrase to whom they are not related. The new provision shall read as follows.
What line is that on page 2?
Page 2, line 28, Mr. President, section 4. which delete the phrase "to whom they are not related," and the new provision shall read as follows: in cases where the request of assistance is made through a representative, such representative shall present an authorization letter duly signed by the beneficiary, along with a valid government-issued ID of both the beneficiary and the representative. The authorized representative must be a relative of the beneficiary within the fourth degree of consanguinity or affinity, or a legal guardian, provided that no individual shall act as representative for more than two beneficiaries. Mr. President.
Can you please repeat from line 26, because read how it will appear now, because you used provided on line 26, so the next provided should be provided further. But nevertheless, please read how it will come out now from line 26, starting with provided. Provided that no individual shall act as
As a representative for more than two beneficiaries, Mr. President.
And then,
Period, Mr. President.
period.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. And then,
That's all, Mr. President.
what you read. And then the next provided, editorial amendment, provided further, subject to style. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
That's the amendment of Senator Lauren Legarda, Mr. President.
Any other amendment? Majority Leader?
So far, Mr. President, there's no more amendment.
There's a request, Mr. President, of our Minority Floor Leader to ask some clarificatory questions, Mr. President.
Clarificatory?
Questions.
Clarifying?
There's a request here that if he could still ask some clarificatory questions before we close the measure for second reading, Mr. President.
Yes. Who's asking for it?
The Minority Leader, sir. So, may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
So therefore, we're going to take it up now, if he's not here.
Yes. Is the office? Yeah, I don't. So, Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension while we can ask the office?
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was told by the office of Senator, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, that they're drafting also certain amendments to the bill. So let's give the office of the Minority Floor Leader, Mr. President, at least a day so we can suspend consideration of the measure for the meantime, Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Consideration of the measure suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration on Senate Bill. Oh, before I do that, may I just put on record, I believe Senator Risa Ontiveros also wants to insert to the record her explanation of vote or explanation of the adoption of the resolution that we passed earlier this afternoon, Mr. President.
Earlier, she would like to manifest or insert into the records. Insert into the records.
Thank you, Mr.
So inserted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson,
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1629 under Committee Report number 23, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing na, consideration of Senate Bill 1629.
Mr. President, yes, this is the act amending the, or rather, the act mandating the establishment of multi-faith prayer and quiet rooms. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, to propose the amendments, Mr. President.
Say again, Majority Leader.
May we recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Robin Padilla, to propose the amendments, Mr. President.
Senator Rowan Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Ang akin pong mga individual amendments para po sa Senate Bill number 1629 o ang Multi-Faith Prayer and Quiet Rooms Act of the Philippines. On Section 1, short title, on page 1, line 2, after the word rooms, insert the acronym in open and close parentheses MFPQR. Then, after the word AC, delete the phrase of the Philippines. The amended section 1 shall now read as follows. Section 1, short title, this act shall be known as the Multi-Faith Prayer and Quiet Room Act. And as omnibus amendment, delete and replace all succeeding acronym MFQR with MFPQR. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing that. Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Yes, thank you. No, I have no objection, Mr. President, but I think it is our practice that the title is amended last. So my question is, if you amend the short title, which is Section 1, can you do that ahead? And it's actually, I had the pleasure of discussing it with the two, former majority and current majority, so that for for our guidance, Mr. President. So can we start with the short title? We can. Okay, so just to clarify, because if the short title is different from the title, then we will ask questions. But because we already know where this is going, then there's no question to ask. Thank you, Mr. President. No objection, just clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, yeah, hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Majority Leader. Yeah. Sponsor.
On Section 2, Declaration of Policy. On page 1, line 9, after the word government, delete and replace the word workplaces with offices. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On Section 3, definition of terms. On page 2, lines 5 to 9, subsection B shall be relettered as subsection A and shall be amended to read as follows. A. Government offices refer to central and regional offices of the national government, including constitutional bodies, government-owned or controlled corporations, government financial institutions, state universities, and colleges, and offices of local government units, and I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Still on the same page 2, lines 1 to 4, subsection A shall be relettered as subsection B and shall be amended to read as follows. B. Multi-faith prayer and quiet room. MFPQR refers to a designated, enclosed, and accessible space intended for quiet prayer, reflection, or meditation by persons of all faiths and beliefs. And I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
On the same page 2, lines 10 to 17, amend subsection C to read as follows. C. Public-facing establishments refer to government-owned or privately owned facilities that regularly admit the public, such as but not limited to transportation hubs and terminals, airports, seaports, malls, markets, hospitals, and health facilities, educational institutions, courts, museums, parks, sports facilities, convention venues, and buildings providing essential frontline services. High security or restricted areas such as, but not limited to, detention centers and controlled access facilities shall be excluded. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection?
Mr.
What is the
President.
pleasure of Senator Pia Cayetano?
It's not an objection, but with the consent, Mr. President, of the sponsor, may we would like to propose that instead of the word facilities, which is the word being inserted in this paragraph, it is the word complex. And we explained this during the period of interpellation, and His Honor had said that he is open to all our suggestions, that there are sports facilities that may be just one room. And medyo mahirap naman to establish a prayer room there. But when you refer to a complex, then this already gives you, similar to pag sinabing tindahan, iba yung mall. Eh di dun sa mall, maglalagay ka talaga. Hindi naman pwedeng lagyan ng bawat tindahan. So if His Honor will accept the proposal to change the word facilities to complex, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Opo, accepted po.
Thank you
Palitan
po.
po natin ito ng sports complex.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On Section 4, establishment of MFPQR. Bunga po ng interpelasyon ni Senadora Pia Cayetano noong Lunes, at upang gawing simple ang pagkakasulat ng Section 4, on page 2, lines 18 to 29, reword the entire Section 4 to read as follows. Section 4, establishment of MFPQR. Government offices and public-facing establishments shall, as far as practicable, establish at least one MFPQR or designate an existing area or areas within their premises for this purpose. The concerned government offices and public-facing establishments shall maintain the MFPQR as a religiously neutral space without any furniture, fixture, or symbol representing any specific religion or denomination. Religious items may be brought in for prayer or meditation and shall be cleared from the premises after use.
Period.
Period. public-facing establishments shall bear the cost in compliance with this act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
On Section 5, minimum design and facility requirements. Bunga muli ng interpelasyon ni Senadora Pia Cayetano noong Lunes po. Lalo na ang kanyang bilin na huwag itatalaga ang mga smoking rooms bilang prayer and quiet room at para gawing simpleng muli ang Section 5, on page 3, lines 1 to 19, reword the entire Section 5 to read as follows. Section 5, recommended design and facility requirements. D, MFPQR design shall, as far as practicable, take into consideration the following. A minimum floor area commensurate with the expected number of users as determined by the government office or public-facing establishment. B,
Semicolon.
B, adequate ventilation and lighting, colon. C, clean flooring suitable for praying, reflection, or meditation, colon. D, configurable areas with movable partitions for standing, kneeling, or sitting. E, ablution area for cleansing and preparatory practices that is gender sensitive, accessible, and within close proximity to the MFPQR, provided that it is equipped with low faucets, bidet, or foot washing basins. And F, signage using the quiet room symbol. In no case shall the MFPQR be established or designated in smoking areas or comfort rooms. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
Senator
Sorry.
Lauren.
Sorry, Mr.
yes, ma'am.
President. I do have an amendment, Mr.
Senator Pia,
President, to the
recognized.
amendment. Again, with the conformity of His Honor, it is true that this representation was the one who said that it would be ideal if those who would like to pray do not have to do it in a smoking area. So I'm happy that this has been included. But I take note that the wording here, the last sentence is, in no case shall the MFPQR be established or designated in smoking areas or comfort rooms. Siyempre, ayaw din naman natin na kailangan magdasal sila. Pwede naman magdasal kahit saan. Pero sana naman we can designate nga naman a separate area from the comfort room. I agree with that. I have no problem with that, Mr. President. However, during the period of interpellation, this representation had asked for clarification, as I do not know the Muslim practice, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I understand that ablution area is particular to the Muslim practice. And I asked His Honor, the sponsor, ito bang establishment of this area, because it includes washing facilities, does this have to be separate from the restroom? And His Honor said no. In fact, in practice, talagang basta yung restroom facilities have an area that is convenient to wash their feet, it is absolutely acceptable to be in the restroom. Is that correct? Did I understand that interpellation correctly?
Maraming salamat po sa pag-clarify, Madam Senator. Ang katunayan po niyan, mas nanaisin po namin na wala ito sa comfort room at separated, pero case-to-case basis po, alam naman po natin na hindi po tayo ganun kayaman na bansa at hindi po natin pwedeng pilitin ng kahit na sino na magpagawa po sa amin ng wash area ang sarili, pwede po ito. Nagiging pwede po na nandoon na rin po sa loob ng CR. Opo.
Okay, kasi yun po ang sinabi nyo ng interpellation na pwede. Kaya yun ho ang nililiwanag ko at I accept His Honor's explanation now na ideally hindi doon pero there will really be times where hindi naman makapag-provide ng separate outside of the comfort room. Therefore, if His Honor is accepting that as a reality, then we would like to amend that last line after the period, after comfort room period, our proposal is to insert a colon and then followed by provided that the ablution area may be located in comfort rooms adjacent to or in close proximity with the MFPQR. We submit, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Napakaganda po. I accept po.
Thank you po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po.
So after the word rooms, Sir Pia, nabanggit na raw sa letter E. Yung
Sa E?
ablution area for cleansing and preparatory practices, that is gender.
So, and within close.
Okay na rin
Okay,
And within
but
close
yes, no, I
proximity
see
to
it.
the
I see
MF.
it.
Yeah.
The concern here is to amend the last sentence which says, in no case shall the MFPQR be established or designated in smoking areas or comfort room.
Ablution area.
Yeah, baka mas okay. I think for style, it might be better to delete what is in the earlier in section E and then put that clause below.
Okay.
So subject to style, Mr. President,
Yes.
same impact, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
Opo, accepted po.
Subject to style.
Thank
Opo.
you.
Yeah. Any objection? Hearing none, approved. Please continue.
Meron po tayong amendment galing po kay Senator Lauren Ligarda on incentive-based integration in the seal
Where's that? What page?
on incentive-based integration in the seal of good local governance,
Saan yun?
SGLG. Bunga po ito ng kanyang isang bagong section po ito. Bagong section po upang umayon ang ating panukala
Inserted before
sa
section six.
incentive-based
Okay.
na balangkas ng seal of good local governance kung saan ang pagtatatag ng MFPQR ay hindi sapilitan, kundi gumagalang sa autonomiya ng mga lokal na pamahalaan at kinikilala ang voluntaryong mga hakbang tungo sa inclusivity. On page 3, line 20, a new section 6
Section 3.
on incentive-based integration of establishment of multi-faith prayer and quiet rooms, MFPQR, in the seal of good local governance shall be added. The proposed provision will read as follows. Section 6. Incentive-based integration in the seal of good local governance, the Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG, shall integrate the voluntary establishment and maintenance of a MFPQR by local government units, LGUs, as a non-obligatory criteria, indicator under the seal of good local governance, SGLG, or its successor, assessment framework. Compliance with this indicator shall not be mandatory, and non-compliance shall neither disqualify nor demerit an LGU from obtaining or retaining the seal. However, LGUs that voluntarily establish and maintain MFPQRs in accordance with this Act and its implementing rules and regulations shall be awarded additional incentive points, merits, or other equivalent recognitions or scoring credits as may be determined by the DILG in the design and implementation of the SGLG or its successor assessment framework. D. DILG shall promulgate the necessary guidelines to operationalize this incentive-based indicator, including criteria for assessment, documentation requirements, point allocation, and verification mechanisms, ensuring that implementation remains voluntary, non-discriminatory, and consistent with the principles of local autonomy and inclusivity. The succeeding sections shall be renumbered accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
Senator Lauren Legarda amendment on Local Government Support Fund. Muli po, bunga po ito ng mungkahi ni Senadora Lauren Legarda. Isang bagong seksyon po uli upang isama sa MFPQR sa listahan ng mga kwalipikadong proyekto sa ilalim ng Local Government Support Fund upang ang mga lokal na pamahalaan ay mabigyan ng malinaw na batayan sa pagpopondo sakaling piliin nilang magtatag ng mga pasilidad na ito nang hindi lumikha ng anumang obligasyon na gawin ito. Ang pagsasailalim din nito sa mga alituntunin ng DBM ay nagpapanatili ng wastong fiscal oversight at tinitiyak ang pagsunod sa mga budgeting at fund utilization standards. On page 4, line 1, a new section 7 on Local Government Support Fund, LGSF, shall be added. The proposed provision will read as follows. Section 7, Local Government Support Fund eligibility. The Department of Budget and Management, DBM, shall include the establishment, construction, retrofitting, or improvement of MFPQRs in the menu of eligible projects that may be financed under the Local Government Support Fund, LGSF, subject to the rules, guidelines, and policies issued by the DBM on budgeting, programming, prioritization, and fund utilization. The subsequent sections shall be adjusted and renumbered accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
Wala akong tubig. Ang haba. On Section 6, voluntary compliance, bunga muli po ng interpelasyon ni Senadora Pia Cayetano at upang maging mas alinsunod sa diwa ng panukala na pagiging bukas sa anumang relihiyon at hindi magkaroon ng anumang bahid ng pagkiling sa isang relihiyon, ilang mga amyenda po sa Section 6. On page 3, line 21, after the acronym MFPQRs, delete and replace the word compliant with the phrase in accordance. On the same page 3, line 22, after the word act, delete the phrase and its implementing rules and regulations. Then, on the
Excuse me,
same line...
Senator Padilla,
Opo.
isa-isahin mo lang.
Apo. Sorry po. Sorry po.
Walang lamsam.
Apo. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, approve.
On the same page 3, line 22, after the word act, delete the phrase and its implementing rules and regulations. Then, on the same line 22, replace the word Muslim with multi-faith. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, approve.
On the same page 3, line 24, after the word by, delete the phrase pertinent and. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, approve.
On the same page 3, line 26, after the word in, delete and replace the acronym DOT with the phrase the Department of Tourism. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, approve.
Mula naman po kay Senator Loren Legarda, on the same page 3, line 27, add a new paragraph. B. The proposed paragraph B will read as follows. B. The Department of Trade and Industry, DTI, in coordination with the Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG, shall establish a voluntary recognition program to encourage the establishment and maintenance of MFPQRs in private public-facing establishments. The program shall provide for the development of standards and criteria for recognition, periodic assessment, and the conduct of an annual or periodic certification process pursuant to which compliant establishments may be granted commendations, seals, or other forms of public recognition for promoting inclusivity and accessibility. The specific criteria, procedures, standards, and modalities for participation, assessment, and recognition under this section shall be provided in the implementing rules and regulations of this Act. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, approve.
On the same page 3, line 27, the lettered subsection B, after the word assistance, delete the praise or recognition awards and insert the praise from relevant government agencies. I so move, Mr. President.
In objection, hearing none, approve.
Okay na, sir? Ano tayo? On the renumbered Section 7, appropriations. On page 4, lines 1 to 6, reward the entire renumbered Section 7 to read as follows. Section 7, appropriations. The amount needed for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against the current year's appropriations and the corporate operating budget, COB, of the government agencies concerned. Thereafter, such sums as may be necessary for its continued implementation shall be included in the General Appropriations Act or the COB as the case may be. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
On the renumbered Section 8, implementing rules and regulations. 10. On page 4, line 7, after the word commission and a comma, insert the phrase and the Department of Trade and Industry, and a comma. Then on line 8, before the second word department, insert the word D. Then on line 9, before the word interior, insert the word D and capitalize the letters N and C on the words national and commission. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
On the renumbered Section 9, separability clause, on page 4, lines 12 to 14, reword the entire Section 9 to read as follows. Section 9, separability clause. In any provision of this act is declared unconstitutional, the remainder hereof not otherwise affected shall remain in full force and effect. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
On the renumbered Section 10, repealing clause, on page 4, lines 15 to 18, reword the entire Section 10 to read as follows. Section 10, repealing clause. All other laws, presidential decrees, executive orders, letters of instruction, proclamations, administrative orders, rules or regulations that are inconsistent with this act are hereby repealed, amended, or modified accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
On the renumbered Section 11, effectivity clause, on page 4, line 19, after the word days, delete and replace the word after with the word following. Then on line 20, the words official gazette should be italicized. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
On the long title, bilang huling amyenda, bunga ng suhestyon ng ating Ginoong Pangulo, Senate President Vicente Soto III, amend the long title to read as follows. An act providing for multi-faith prayer and quiet rooms in public offices and public-facing establishments. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, approved.
Ginoong Pangulo, ako po ay buong pusong nagpapasalamat kay Senator Mark Villar, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Senator Erwin Tulfo, Senadora Pia Cayetano, Senador Joel Villanueva, Senadora Lauren Ligarda, sa atin pong pinunong mayorya, Ginoong Samurai Mig Zubiri, at siyempre po sa inyo pong lingkod,
Samurai.
sa aming pong Senator Pro Tempore, Senator Panfilo Lacson, sa inyo pong lahat, kay Senator, sa ating pong Ginoong Pangulo, na nagsulong din po nito, Senator Vicente Soto III, sa atin pong Secretariat staff sa kanilang tulong upang ayusin po ang ating panukala. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Wala na po akong susunod na amyenda. Mabuhay po.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Maraming salamat sa ating sponsor and author of the measure. With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendment is hereby is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1621 under Committee Report number 23. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
I move to suspend consideration of the measure.
An objection? Hearing none, consideration of the measure is suspended.
Congrats, Robin. Congrats. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 1624 under Committee Report number 22.
1624. Ano page? An objection. Consideration of Senate Bill 1624
This is the bill on the Congressional
under
Commission on
Committee Report
Agriculture.
number 22.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we recognize, we are in the period of amendment. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, if there are any amendments proposed by the gentleman.
Yeah. An objection. Hearing none, Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. After conferring with our staff as well as the loan reservation, the minority leader, we have been informed by his staff, Attorney Devana, that he is no longer going to raise clarificatory questions during the period of amendments, and therefore we can now close the period of amendments. And no amendments, Mr. President.
There being no amendments, Mr. President, move to close the period of amendments.
An objection. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading Senate Bill number 1624 under Committee Report number 22. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations are in order to both Senator Pangilinan and Senator Padilla for their bills today.
Thank you, Majority Leader, Senate President.
May I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 1624 under Committee Report number 22. So moved.
An objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move that we adjourn session until, oh, sorry. Anong bill? Okay, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the adjournment for a few more minutes since the good sponsor has been waiting patiently for his sponsorship. Mr. President, I move to, may we ask for additional, I move for the additional reference of business, Mr. President. Does it need an additional reference? No need. Okay, Mr. President. With that, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business, Mr. President, Senate Bill number 1743 under Committee Report number 25. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, approved.
You may ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure, Mr. President.
Secretary is hereby directed to read the title of the measure.
An act amending Republic Act Number 10699 or National Athletes and Coaches Benefits and Incentives Act by Senator Go.
Senator Christopher Bongo is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. President and esteemed colleagues, as chairperson of the Committee on Sports, I rise to sponsor Senate Bill number 1743 under Committee Report number 25, amending Republic Act number 10699, otherwise known as the National Athletes and Coaches Benefits Incentives Act. Mr. President, Republic Act number 10699 was enacted to expand the coverage of incentives granted to national athletes and coaches. This is to recognize their contribution in Philippine sports and for bringing pride and honor to the country. The law, however, seemingly provided disproportionate incentives for those competing in para-sport competitions compared to other international competitions. This proposed measure aims to provide our athletes with disability to be recognized on equal footing as other national athletes by ensuring that they receive fair and just incentives for their achievements. This amendment will further promote inclusivity and equality in the Philippine sports sector. Mr. President, ang atin pong mga para-athletes ay katulad din po ng ating mga normal na atleta. Sila po'y nag-aalay ng pagod at hirap sa mga training para lang mabigyan ng dangal at honor ang ating bansa sa mga kompetisyon na lalahukan nila. Hindi dahil mayroong kakulangan sa kanila, ibig sabihin na dapat kalahati na lang din po ang kanilang matatanggap kung ikukumpara po sa ating mga ordinaryong atleta. Di naman nila kasalanan na may kapansanan po ang iilan sa kanila nung pinanganak po sila. Pinaghirapan din po nila ang ginto, pinaghirapan din po nila ang medalya, pinaghirapan din po nila ang bawat laban, pinagpawisan din po nila ito. Pareho naman po ang ginto, silver, and bronze na napanalunan nila. Karangalan po yun para sa ating bayan, kaya nararapat lang po na ma-increase ang kanilang incentives na matatanggap mula sa gobyerno. Ano ba naman po ito kumpara sa kanilang hirap at karangalan na dala-dala para sa ating bayan? Huwag po natin silang ituring na parang iba. We would like also to take this opportunity to extend our sincere condolences to the family and friends of Master Sander Severino who passed away last Saturday. Si Sander po ay isang magiting na manlalaro ng chess who won 5 gold medals in the recent ASEAN Para Games. We honor his contribution to Philippine sports. Kaya, Mr. President, bigyan natin sila ng tamang pagpapahalaga na nararapat sa kanilang mga talento at tagumpay. Ito po ay para rin magsilbing kanilang inspirasyon at motivation na magpatuloy sa kanilang pagbibigay karangalan sa bansa. In the recently concluded ASEAN Para Games, nandito po sila last week, no, binigyan natin ng parangal. Team Philippines garnered 45 gold medals, 37 silver medals, and 52 bronze medals, finishing 4th overall. It is our best ranking ever in this multi-sporting event. The provision of incentives will also inspire future generations to embrace para sports and pursue their athletic dreams. Ayan po, nasa litrato na pumunta po sila rito sa Senado. Encouraging young individuals with disabilities to participate in sports, fostering a culture of inclusivity and empowerment. This will ultimately lead to a more diverse and enriched sports community that celebrates the achievements of all athletes, regardless of their abilities. The funding requirement for the increase in incentives for para-athletes is covered by the National Sports Development Fund, NSDF, of the Philippine Sports Commission. At timing na rin po ito dahil just recently with the finality na po mula sa Supreme Court, affirmed its decision directing the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation and the PCSO to remit a portion of their income for the funding of PSC. As such, the funding of this for this measure will be adequately and sustainably covered by the NSDF. Dati kasi portion lang po ang nire-remit ng PAGCOR and PCSO sa PSC. Ngayon po, with finality, pwede ibibigay na nila yung buo na naayon po sa batas. So sana po mapagbigyan na rin po itong batas na ito na pantay po ang matatanggap ng mga para-athletes. Kasama na rin po, sabay na sila, pantay-pantay with the regular or elite athletes. And for all our national athletes, we have included an amendment to provide tax exemption on incentives, bonuses, and rewards granted to national athletes who win in international sports competitions, as well as to their coaches, whether these come from public or private entities or from private individuals. Sa ngayon po, taxable po ang mga incentives at donasyon na nagmumula sa private sector, kaya nababawasan ang tunay na benepisyo na natatanggap ng ating mga atleta. Mr. President, it is incumbent upon the government to show our gratitude by providing our national athletes the recognition they truly deserve. Hindi naman po mababayaran o kayang bayaran ng kahit anuman ang dangal, karangalan at honor na naibibigay ng ating mga Filipino athletes. This bill is just a way to pay it forward and give it back to our Filipino athletes. Yung karangalang dala-dala nila tuwing nananalo po ay nagse-celebrate po ang buong bayan. Pero napakaliit na halaga lamang po ito na pwede po nating ibigay po sa kanila. Isa po sa mga nagpapakita ng isa po ito sa pagpapakita ng pasasalamat ng gobyerno at ng buong bansa sa ating mga minamahal na atleta. We thank our colleagues who have also authored this measure, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Rafi Tulfo. I also understand that Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Kiko Pangilinan, and Senator Camille Villar also signified their intention to co-author this bill. We hope all of our colleagues could lend their support for the approval of this measure. Thank you po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Bongo. Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Salamat po, Senator Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to associate myself with a good sponsor, and I actually have a speech. Let it just be inserted in the record. So that's a co-sponsorship speech, but with his permission, may I also request to be co-author of the measure. Thank you.
Salamat, Senator Lauren.
So inserted into the records.
Mr. President,
Also, Senator Robin Padilla.
Salamat rin po, Senator Robin.
Yeah, Senator Robin Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Nais ko pong maging kabahagi ng panukala na ito at ito po kasi ay gusto ko pong malaman ng lahat. Noong ako po ay noong 2006-2007, ako po ay masugid na sumuporta po sa pagyabong ng Muay Thai sa Pilipinas. At ako po ay kasama sa ginawang mga training ng ating mga mandirigma na lumaban po sa iba't ibang bansa. Kasama po dyan ang Philippine Olympic Committee. Katunayan po, totoo po yun. Ako po'y napasama dyan. Hindi ako dahil sa magaling ako o mas magaling ako sa kanila. Hindi po, napasama po ako dahil sa financial support sa kanila. Ako po ang nagbibigay ng pamasahe dyan, papunta sa abroad, nagbibigay na pang hotel. Kapag ka nanalo, binibigyan mo ng premyo dahil kulang na kulang po talaga ang suporta sa ating mga atleta. Kaya ako po ay sumusuporta sapagkat ito po ay napakahalaga. Maging ito man po ay para sa mga Olympian man o para sa Paralympian man, ito po ay makatarungan na ibibigay sa kanila. Mahalaga po rin ang provision na tax exemption at tax deduction sapagkat ang mga insentibo at donasyon para sa ating mga atleta at coach ay hindi po negosyo, kundi pasasalamat ng bayan at dapat hikayatin, hindi parusahan ng buwis. Ginoong Tagapangulo, ang lakas ng bansa ay nasusukat sa kung papaano nito inaalagaan ang mga handang lumaban para sa watawat. Ang batas na ito ay tungkol sa dangal, pagkakapantay-pantay at paninindigang walang atletang Pilipino ang maiiwan. Ako po ay buong pusong sumasaludo sa inyo, Senator Bongo, at sa lahat po ng senador na nagsusulong nito. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Senator Robin Padilla.
Salamat, Senator Robin, sa suporta mo sa Senate Bill 1743 at sa mga kasamahan natin dito. And of course, sana suportahan rin po ito ng Presidente ng ARNIS.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move to recognize Senator Pia Cayetano to deliver her co-sponsorship speech.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this will be brief. I rise to co-sponsor Senate Bill number 1743 under Committee Report number 25, amending Republic Act number 10699 or the National Athletes and Coaches Benefit and Incentives Act. The bill of this representation, Senate Bill number 27, was taken into consideration under this measure. Mr. President, as an author of the original law, RA number 10699, National Athletes and Coaches Benefit and Incentive Act, I had the privilege of working alongside our Senate President, Tito Soto, and our former colleague, now Secretary Sani Angara. Together, we built a foundation that finally gives our athletes the recognition that they deserve. Mr. President, I'd just like to emphasize that under the bill that we have filed, which now forms part of this measure, Mr. President, our objective here is to recognize the support given by the private sector and all the awards that are received by our national athletes. Currently, they are charged 6%, Mr. President, and it is our humble view that these awards that they get, we would be able to remove these we would be able to give them the full benefit of these rewards, Mr. President, because not only is this hard work, not only is this a product of their hard work and sacrifice, but really, Mr. President, they have brought so much pride to our country, and for the many years that it is required of them to train, to get to the level that they would even obtain an award, the least we can do, Mr. President, is show them our gratitude and consider the passing of this measure, Mr. President, by removing the 6% donors tax. So we will be supporting this measure full force, and we hope that our colleagues would also be supporting this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cayetano. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the following would also like to insert for the record their co-sponsorship speeches of Senate Bill 1743. Senators Mark Villar, Joel Villanueva, and Jingoy Estrada. Mr.
Kindly
President.
include the presiding officer. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Kindly include the presiding officer.
And the presiding officer, Senate President Pro Tempore Ping Lacson, Mr. President.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to allow our colleagues to further study this measure, I move, Mr. President, to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 1743.
An objection. Consideration of Senate Bill 1743 under Committee Report number 25 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda would like to insert for the record her manifestation on Senate Resolution 256.
An objection. Hearing none. Approved.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 10, 2026.
Is there any objection? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, February 10, 2026.